studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
That is correct.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona Knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil so girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I'm gonna ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P.
Round
Todd.
robin. Your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Anytime I these streets, no money left to spend. Still singing Bible night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I've never seen the college outside.
Waking up this NFL Week 14 Sunday, December the 7th, 2025, Pearl Harbor Day. Good morning. I am Stephen Murray, the energetic tones of the Pie Tasters, the house band of the Deep End Broadcasting Network. Bring us on course for this morning's program. A cool, dreary, foggy morning here around our studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, here in the United States of America, where we will be broadcasting live all morning. Good morning. Welcome. Here we are, just a count of the fingers away from being into the NFL playoffs as we had college football championship games yesterday. Do you remember when if you were listening to the show, how I talked about, on Thanksgiving, having all the unders isn't the worst angle in the world, right? Except the right angle was to have all the underdogs on Thanksgiving and Friday, especially getting paid out big time. And the overs came in, I think, on 2 of the games. Yeah, I think it was 2 and 2 with the over-under. So it's not like all 4 went over. But if you applied that lesson to the college football championships and taking all the unders, you skated out a big winner yesterday. So that stuff does apply. You got your circumstances where, you have these standalone games and you got football all day long. And if you're trying to bet over, you're just getting completely toasted. I did not do that. I did have the over in the Indiana game with Indiana, which the Hoosiers win 13-10, nowhere close to being over in what was a benchmark game. You got to say for that program for Indiana. So congratulations to them, your Big Ten champions. Our Virginia Cavaliers fall to Duke. They'll be done in terms of any kind of playoff, and we'll see if our home state, James Madison, can get in there as well. But we have bigger fish to fry on this Sunday morning. I am Stephen Murray, and the gist of this program is basically this. We're up here bright and early. We want good live content to get us ready for the gambling Sunday. So whether you're going to be traveling or going to the Home Depot this morning or just sipping on your coffee on the patio, making the kids breakfast, whatever it is, put us on your phone on volume up, put us in your earbuds. If you have the TV, go ahead and throw us up on the YouTube, whatever the case may be. Get your pen and paper ready and start to get ready for a bunch of picks. What we do is simple. We try to invest the minimum to make the maximum. Did we win last week? Thursday night winner for me, my boy Ryan Flournoy got a touchdown. Didn't have $1 million on him or anything, but that 7-1 for about $40. That was a nice little Thursday night hit. We'll take in a couple little tickets throughout the day yesterday, and we'll be ready for a good day of action today. The Ant-Man, he had a big, nice winner last Sunday again. The Ant-Man continues to be on fire. He had, I believe, a second half bet with Charbonnet, Josh Allen, and Brock Bowers that paid off very, very well for him. He has Jahmyr Gibbs with 3 touchdowns, which he has parlayed to Jonathan Taylor for 3 touchdowns today. It's a big interest for the Ant-Man in that game. And we do have weather issues, I believe, everywhere, right? Just about for the most part. Let's see. Maybe it's going to be a little bit nicer than we anticipated a couple of days ago. It looks that way. But we definitely have some interesting weather scenarios, and we'll get to that in just a second. Weather and fresh lines is the first order of business on this program every morning. And then we'll go ahead and bring in our man, Dave Del Grande. We'll get his perspective on things. He's actually on the East Coast. Our man on the West Coast is on the East Coast this morning, so we'll get him in from New York City. Fair warning on that. We recorded him on Friday, and the audio was just a hair stubborn at first until I got him in a good location with those New York cell towers. So I edited out the bad audio first question about the Cowboys. No big deal there. And then just know that at the 1 or 2 or 3 slight instances where it sounds like his audio goes to crap, it comes back real fast. So just kind of be aware of that. And it doesn't really disrupt our conversation for the morning for the most part. So we'll get Dave Dograndy in here. We'll talk about his picks and everything around the board for the NFL today. After that, we'll do some Survivor. Handful of people still left in their Survivor pools. We'll see if we can find out a pick or two today. Nephew Dave's still alive, I believe, in his. So we'll go ahead and, that's a good question. Nephew Dave may be dead in his Survivor pool. We'll have to see. And we'll go ahead and get a pick for that. And then we'll get the whole slate of games, a full breakdown, every wagering angle on the board. We'll get our best bets, our 2 touchdown scores. We'll come up with our quarterback interception list. We'll build a ticket with you guys for Touchdown Madness, which is our obscure 2 touchdown scores of the day with a ringer or 2. I got some interesting ones for sure. And we'll try to hit home some bets. I got a great Big Steve lock of the week I feel very confident in. It is our first system play of the season. How about that? We haven't had a system play at all. And I was trying to recall what the record is. I think it's 11-1-1 the past 3 seasons. Is that right? Maybe 10-1-1. We haven't had one in a while. We'll call it 11-1-1 because I know it's at least not a loser even before this show was started. But the system play is this, and I'll go ahead and give it to you now. I mean, this will be the Big Steve lock of the week. This is your first pick right off the bat for today. And this bet just does not lose. And this is my own little thing as well. I've kind of caught wind of this back in the early 2000s. And I said to myself, you know what? As a bookmaker and as a wagerer myself, this just does not make sense. And I've used this bet, and it's been very profitable for me over the years. And we got one today. So it is this, basically. I like it a little bit in the division, but the conference works as well. And we have this conference game between Washington and Minnesota today, and where Washington has just 3 wins on the season. Minnesota, the home team, right? You're supposed to be the favorite for being the home team if all things are equal. Minnesota has 4 wins. So they actually have more wins than Washington, and they're at home today. Yet Minnesota's the underdog. Washington, with less wins as the road team today, comes in as the favorite. So the system play is you play the favorite. You play Washington. Washington, we know about the quarterback issues for Minnesota. We get Jaden Daniels back for Washington. In fact, the over-under is just at, let's see, what are we at with the over-under today? Is it 43, 42 and a half? 43 and a half right now. Commanders minus 1.5. And yes, Washington and do lean to the over in this game, and what should be maybe the highest scoring game of the day to me. 2 teams freelancing, nothing really to stress about playoff wise. Let's go out there and play loosey goosey. Maybe McCarthy actually has a halfway decent game against a subpar Washington defense, who's given up a ton of points themselves. And the Commanders get their quarterback back. Treylon Burks looks good. New acquisition there. They got a good running game with Rodriguez right now, and a full complement of weapons on board for Washington. So we'll see. That's the Big Steve lock of the week right now, which is, what are we at? 9-4 overall. So 9-4 overall. We'll look to go to 10-4, which would be a fantastic record for the one lock of the week. $1,000 to win 1,000 if you just want the one bet. But the system play is here. It's in effect. It is the road team who's the favorite at the home team. So the away team, who's the favorite at the home team, who has less wins on the season than the home team. So again, Washington with one less win is the favorite on the road against the team with a better record at their house today. So the system play, Washington. There you go. Get your first bet of the day. And I'm going to outline that. I mean, I think they win by double digits. To be honest, Minnesota hasn't shown me anything great. You want a correct score, 41-27. How about that? And again, this could be the highest scoring game of the day. Let's see what the odds are on that, actually. Let's get our weekly special going on. Is that one on yet? I don't have the highest scoring team yet, do I? Yeah. The specials come on the board pretty slow overall. And I'm getting all the individual stuff. I don't see anything with the weekly team leader. We'll check back on that one. All right, but if you can find something for Minnesota and the Jets, Minnesota and the Commanders to be the highest scoring game of the day, you'll probably get pretty good odds. And I like it. What else is there not to like? It just doesn't make sense, right? Shouldn't Minnesota be the favorite? Yet Washington is. So Washington is the play. Again, this is a stat I tracked myself. The first two system plays I've ever played were in the early 2000s, and it was Denver at the Chargers, and then in San Diego. And Denver was the favorite in both circumstances against the Chargers, who had the better record. And that just completely did not make sense, as the Chargers were rolling at that moment in time and one of the better teams in the NFL. So here we go. System play today with Washington. All right, so you got your one pick under your belt. Let's go through all the lines. We're indoors there, so weather not an issue today at U.S. Bank Stadium. 6 degrees outside for that ball game if you're tailgating today. Woof, cold. We go to Jacksonville. We're expecting 100% chance of rain today. How about that? 7-mile-per-hour winds, 63 degrees. It could be a complete monsoon. Right now we have the Colts laying 2 and 45.5. I also see the Colts -1 and 46.5. All right, so rain an issue today in Jacksonville. Across the states in Tampa Bay, nice clear skies, 80 degrees at Raymond James Stadium, 10-mile-per-hour winds. Tampa Bay now 8.5 and 42. So we were expecting perhaps to have weather issues there in Tampa Bay. We don't. I think that provides a green light for Tampa now on a full-fledged green light. So a weaker opponent coming in Tampa. We talked about it after the Rams game. We said it before the Rams game. Tough spot for Tampa Bay against the Rams. They'll probably lose, get their doors blown off, and then they'll hit the reset button at home against weaker opponents. And that's exactly what seems to be happening, especially if they beat the Saints today in Tampa. 8.5, 41.5 in that game. We're indoors at 1 p.m. Eastern with the Seahawks and the Falcons. -6.5, 44.5 in that game at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They're cleaning up overnight after Georgia throttled Alabama 28-7 in the SEC championship game at that same venue. I also see -6.5, 44.5 on another book for this game, Seattle and Atlanta. We're at MetLife Stadium today, where no weather issues as far as precipitation. That is cleared out. So where we were expecting some rain at MetLife Stadium, it looks like it will be drier. Miami -2.5 and 41.5. And I see Miami also at a 3-point favorite for this game at the Jets this afternoon. Miami still playoff life, a little bit of playoff life in their blood here if they can keep things going in the positive, see if they can get a win against the Jets, who have now covered 5 games in a row. How about that? Next game, Huntington Bank Field in Cleveland. Large chance of rain today with the Browns and the Titans. I now see Cleveland -3.5 and 34 at one book. The other book, we have Cleveland -3.5 and 33.5. Browns and the Titans, rain an issue there. Sounds like the lowest scoring game of the day, doesn't it? It really does. The Bills are 5.5-point favorites. Total 52.5 against the Bengals at Highmark Stadium. 31 degrees. Chance of snow 85%. So we should have a snow game today. I also see 6 and 53.5 for Buffalo. So snow, maybe a rain snow mix, maybe straight up snow. It should be a fun day for the Bills and the Bengal fans at Huntington, at Highmark Stadium today in Buffalo. All right. Down the road to Baltimore, 5.5 and 43.5. The Ravens are the favorite over Pittsburgh today. 40 degrees, no chance of precipitation in Baltimore. So Baltimore gets the clear signal as far as any weather concerns go. Let's see, any other line I see out there? 5.5, 43.5, Ravens and the Steelers. Anything else at 1 o'clock? That covers it. 4 o'clock. We're in Vegas indoors. Denver -7.5 and 40.5. I also see 8 and 40.5. 63 degrees if you're in Vegas today. The Rams are in Arizona, where they are laying a full 10 points now. 47.5. 70 degrees there in Arizona. A beautiful day if you're tailgating there. I also see a 9.5 on the board for the Rams. Tonight, before tonight, we go to Lambeau Field. Cold weather game here. Packers 6.5 and 43.5 at one book. Another book, it looks like we have 7 and 44. So money trending towards Green Bay. 18 degrees out there. A very frigid Lambeau Field with the Bears. Big divisional matchup later this afternoon. And tonight, Kansas City is -4 over Houston at Arrowhead. I also see a 3.5 and 41.5 for the total. Again, a chilly night, 24 degrees, no precipitation there. And then basically indoors tomorrow night at SoFi Stadium. Eagles in town against the Chargers. Under the moonlight, 72 degrees, a beautiful night in Los Angeles. All right, so your major weather concerns are Buffalo with the snow, Cleveland with rain, and Jacksonville with rain. It looked like we were going to have 2 or 3 other places with bad weather just a couple days ago, but looks like you're in the clear, talking about New York, Baltimore, and Tampa Bay. All right, so those are your updated lines, and that is your weather report. And our goal this morning for everyone is let's turn your $20 into 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, whatever the case may be. I'll go ahead and update a ticker. I need to get that going on the screen. We're going to rotate some of our tickets on here that I will be playing. Hello, JoJo Measles. Good to hear from you today on the chat line. We'll rotate tickets. We'll get plenty of picks. I'll get a ticker up here. And what we'll do now is we'll go ahead and pipe in our man who's on the East Coast actually this morning. Not exactly as enthused about these games as I am, but nonetheless, plenty of good picks. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and queue up our man from Castro Valley, California. He is a columnist with Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stack Factor. He writes for Deadspin, covers the Golden State Warriors. He's Mr. Fantasy himself. If you listen to the Thanksgiving program, then you listen to the history of fantasy football, which Dave Del Grande is huge in having a role of fantasy football becoming the popular medium that it is today. So he is the OG Godfather, and his props and picks are always red hot. He did fantastic on Thanksgiving and last weekend. Let's get some more good stuff from him this morning. So our Sunday morning coffee conversation with Dave Del Grande. Without even looking at the odds, I was saying to myself, okay, who's the coach of the year at this point? And that's not a market I can steadily look at. For whatever reason in Virginia, and I think I've told you this before, is we can't do the player awards. We can't do MVPs, coach of the year, Heisman Trophy, whatever it may be, for any sport. Also can't bet the college Virginia teams, which we forget even because that's the case. Virginia is in the ACC championship. We wouldn't know it if we're just looking at the odds alone, but that's a different story. So to me, just thinking off the top of my head, Vrabel came to mind, Ben Johnson came to mind, and then the Seattle coach. When I look at the odds this morning, that's exactly the way that it goes. Right now, Vrabel is in the lead at minus, let's see, let me get this right. Vrabel is at, let's see, minus 195. He opened up at 10-1. Ben Johnson's plus 350. Mike McDonald, 8-1. And then after that, it drops all the way down to Shanahan at 30-1. Right now, is it one of those top three to you, or is there somebody else maybe we should be looking at down the line a little bit?
No, I really think it's only the top two because I mean, the story in the AFC clearly this year has been New England. I mean, you have to remember where they were in recent years, where they were last year. I mean, this was Buffalo's division to win by 3 games this year, like they seemingly do every year, unless Miami was going to put together something that they haven't been able to come up with in recent years. And now all of a sudden, you got Buffalo, which is still isn't a bad team, shockingly looking up at New England, and basically, about to be eliminated from the title contention in their division if they don't beat New England next week. So I think that if New England, I mean, as far as winning the award, I think if New England wins this game next week against Buffalo, that clinches it for Vrabel to win. Now, if they lose that game and then they come right back and they've got another difficult game the following week, I want to say they play Baltimore, and then they start slipping back to the pack, I think that is when you look at your second candidate, who's got a much more difficult path to get there, and that is Johnson. He's got the bigger name. I mean, which is kind of surprising to say, being that Vrabel is a Hall of Famer or multiple time champion. But everyone knows Ben Johnson from what he did in Detroit, what he's doing in Chicago. And very, very difficult division. I mean, there's no way Chicago is going to win that division this year. But if they do, if they're able to win that division, well, that's a greater accomplishment than New England winning their division.
Yes, yep.
And so that's his chance. And there's still difficult games coming up for Chicago too. I think that if you're going to project at this point, which team will win more games the rest of the season, New England or Chicago? And that could very well determine who wins the award. I think you still got to say New England has a better chance of winning, 3 games, 3 out of their last 4 than Chicago does. So I would say if Chicago is able to win their division, then that puts Johnson right up there. But New England's going to have to lose once or twice in order for him to really have a shot, I think.
Yeah, audio sounds way better, by the way. So
okay,
that's good. Yep. All right, on that same note, is it a 2-horse race with May and Stafford? And it's going to suck to be me down here in Virginia, because there was probably sometime in the preseason when I'm sitting there betting for 8 weeks that I would have bet May MVP, Vrabel, coach of the year in a parlay because that's going to pay out huge. And is it May to you? Stafford, even in the loss last week, looked halfway decent to Carolina. Bad loss by the Rams. We'll get to that later. Or actually, you know, I'm being a little too tough on Carolina maybe on my end here. We'll get to that later. But is it Stafford and May to you? Anyone else involved?
Well, I still think there's time for people to move up. I mean, if you look at, what Gibbs did on Thursday night,
Right.
and say, you know what, a couple more of those performances,
Right.
to where he overtakes Taylor as the scoring leader, as the rushing leader, and all of a sudden Detroit is resurgent toward the end of the season. I think the door's open for a running back or a receiver, to win this year, just because both the quarterbacks you mentioned, while they've been great, from a West Coast perspective, we just don't see enough of May. We think of New England's success being a product of their coach, of their defense, of their, conservative approach. I think most football fans in the West, if you said, how many touchdown passes do you think May's thrown this year? Well, let's see. They played 11 games? I don't know, 15? And he's kind of done it very quietly. And so I think it's going to be difficult for him to win unless they, again, I'll point to this Buffalo game, which is, going to be a big game nationally. If he can come through and outplay, the Buffalo guy in this game, and New England wins the game, then, I think he gets a lot of points for that. But if New England loses this game and people start thinking, they're kind of a fraud,
right.
off schedule, whatever, it's not like this is not Mahomes, leading New England to this championship. This is kind of more of your game manager type, and it's harder for these guys to win. And that's the problem with Stafford as well, is he's considered to be on a team that has a lot of weapons, a couple of elite receivers, a really good running back, really good defense. He's just, I don't know. This helps. I think May's chances of winning is the fact that there isn't one of, you don't see the favorite, coming down the stretch from 8th place and saying, oh boy, here he comes. He's going to pass, all these front runners and eventually win because he's got the name. But that guy, short of it possibly being Gibbs, I don't see that guy coming from out of the clouds this year. Mahomes or Allen or Hurts or one of these bigger name guys who have been up there in recent years. I think they're just too far behind. So this helps May's candidacy. It helps Stafford's candidacy. But I still think that when pen goes to paper, to write down your winner for these awards at the end of the year, I just think people are going to have, people, probably the voters in the West are going to have a hard time voting for May, and the reporters in the East or the voters in the East going to have a hard time voting for Stafford. And so I do think, much more so than Coach of the Year, I think that the MVP remains somewhat wide open. And I wouldn't be shocked if somebody who finishes the season really strong, is able to sneak in there and, win a vote where the winner only gets a third of the votes.
Okay, we're going to have to do this refer a friend on FanDuel since you're in New York, and I'm going to have to get you to sign up for some of this MVP stuff because this is updated 29 minutes ago, and it just changed to 30 minutes ago in front of me. And this is 2 books. I've clarified these odds because I didn't believe them the first time. Right now, Jahmyr Gibbs, and I actually made the case for him a couple of weeks ago, a little bit, if you recall. Jahmyr Gibbs is still at 500 to 1 to win the MVP. He's tied with, at 500 to 1, Lamar Jackson, Micah Parsons, Puka Nacua, Saquon Barkley, Trevor Lawrence. So that should be a travesty amongst itself that he's even in that grouping, to be honest. McCaffrey's at 300 to 1, who probably deserves to be much higher. Myles Garrett at 300 to 1, who probably deserves to be much higher. Baker's at 200 to 1. Goff is at 200 to 1. Daniel Jones is at 150 to 1. Herbert's up to 125 to 1. Bo Nix 100 to 1. Jalen Hurts 100 to 1. That should be completely shameful, to be honest. Jackson Smith 100 to 1. Jonathan Taylor, he slipped to 100 to 1 after his kind of recent subpar games for him anyway. Mahomes 100 to 1. It's a travesty he's up there. Darnold 80 to 1, deserving to be in that race. Caleb Williams 60 to 1. Dak at 50 to 1. Josh Allen 30 to 1. There's Jordan Love, the guy who could really steal it, at 13 to 1. But Jahmyr Gibbs at 500 to 1. What?
Well, again, it's good, because the door is open doesn't mean you're going to, bust through.
Right.
And he's going to need, if they've got 4 games left, he's going to need 3 more performances like last night, like Thursday night. And it's worth, and it's possible, being the way he's playing. Detroit seems to be gaining some steam offensively, but it's going to take a remarkable finish for him. I mean, I'm talking about scoring 10 more touchdowns over the course of the last game, to vault him into that condition. And I think based on that list that you said there are several guys who you could probably say the same thing about. I mean, as bad a season as Lamar Jackson has had, they've gone on a little run here very quietly. And now all of a sudden, if they sweep these last 4 or 5 games, sneak up and win the division. He's had some monster games down the stretch. Now all of a sudden, he's that big name that I'm talking about, that the voters, they're naturally going to vote for someone like him, over this kind of unknown, good story, product of the coach kind of guy. And because it's very, you got to remember that a lot of these people who vote for MVP are also voting for Coach of the Year. And you don't all, it's very difficult to vote for the same team to win both those awards unless the team has been truly dominant. And I don't think we have that team this year because, as we see, we got New England and Denver and Chicago, sitting atop, the standings. And it's like, well, these aren't dominant teams. These are the type of team you want to draw in the first round of the playoffs. And so we're not going to give the coach and the quarterback the big awards. And when that's the case, the coach tends to get the award because he's seen, I mean, again, short of having drafted a superstar rookie, you got a young guy who's come on, and he's like Mahomes, 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, when he first came in, and he has to do really the driving force and moving the team up. I don't think you would say that about May. He's been very good, but is he even the MVP on his own team? I mean, isn't New England riding their defense? Certainly their coaches, and so I think that I think that while the door is open for someone like Gibbs to bust through, he's really going to need, he's like with the fantasy team that's 3 games out with 4 to go, and you need to do really well, and you need 8 other things to happen in order for you to have a chance well, that's kind of where he's at. But you know what? There are a lot of people, and I can't say I'm not one of them, who every week expect, okay, this is the end of the line for New England. They're going to lose to Buffalo. They're going to lose to Baltimore. And now all of a sudden, you're not going to win the MVP anymore. You may not even win Coach of the Year anymore if you fall flat like that down the stretch. Certainly if they don't win the division, they lose that last game to Miami and finish in second place, then you're not winning any award. So, in order for the long shots to move up, that's what they need. They need New England to fall completely flat. At the same time, while they're falling flat, we can't have Josh Allen, having this monster last month and leading Buffalo from behind, because then he'll start getting the votes. So it's just at this point way too, and as those odds indicated, there's some really nice names in there, and I agree with you. There's some laughable names in there, but there's some really nice names in there, and guys you could say, wow, he really is having an MVP type of season. But it's just setting up for, forget everything you've seen so far. What happens here in the last 4 or 5 weeks is really going to determine who wins.
Right.
And all the more reason to take a price, because the odds on all these guys are based on, and rightfully so, what they've done in the first 11, 12 weeks of the season. But in the end, those 11, 12 weeks can become totally meaningless if, like I said, in the case of New England, they lose 3 out of their last 4 games. Glad I didn't delay, $1.65 on, if we're able to win the Coach of the Year. So
the early line next week is New England -1.5 against Buffalo in New England. And we'll definitely have more on that as I will sweat out big time this 250 to 1 ticket for New England to sweep this division. I'll say this, though. I said we had to pump the brakes a little bit on their offensive injury on the offensive line, the injuries on the offensive line. Pump the brakes a little bit. Let's see what they have. And the depth looked decent on Monday night, at least against the Giants. So that is a team that where you try to find a weakness, and really maybe just the kicker missing a long field goal here or there. After that, it's really hard pressed to find a weakness on that team.
Yes, but I would say it's hard to find a strength on that team.
Right,
as well.
I agree. Yeah,
I agree. Again, you're talking about the quarterback playing such an essential role on that team, and I still say that if you had your choice today of any NFL quarterback, a game for you, I don't think he'd be picked in the top 15. As good as his season has been, there are a lot of good quarterbacks out there, and I think he's in the Brock Purdy. He's going to be considered a game manager, even to Goff. And to a certain degree, these are game managers that are products of the system. This is the way they're seen, as opposed to, oh man, Allen and the magic of Mahomes and look at the way Hurts runs the ball. I mean, the bigger name guys, remain they're the ones on the tip of your tongue when you start talking about the elite quarterbacks. And
yeah, if you're looking at a report card, New England, if you had like 5 classes, they'd be all like B's pluses. So like, would you rather have that or like 4 A's and an F somewhere?
Good point. And I think what we've seen in recent years is as long as A+ is your quarterback, you're fine.
Right.
And because that's what you're going to need at playoff time is the guy, especially this year with all the parity in the league, and a lot of the established teams, the Kansas Cities, maybe even Buffaloes, these kinds of teams that are used to hosting postseason games, they're going to be on the road for some of these big games. All the more reason that if you got the better quarterback in the game, then you got a chance to go in no matter where you go these days and win that game. So, I said there's why does Mahomes make the Super Bowl every year? Well, he just finds a way to win these games, and obviously it's not just all him, but without him, they certainly wouldn't have been to, any of these Super Bowls. So you just wonder, that kind of experience, how much of a factor is it going to be? Not only now in the postseason, but this last month of the season, these games take on a huge importance.
Yes.
This game, this Buffalo, we've talked a lot about it. This Buffalo-New England game coming up next week, well, it's as big a game as there's been in the league all season. Who would have thought?
Yes. Other bye week teams besides New England this week, in week 14 is our last week of buys. I'll apologize to the Carolina Panthers. I'm sorry I'm so rough on you and want to bet against you at all times. I've learned my lesson. I haven't bet against you every time, but I've learned my lesson maybe not to bet against you anymore. The Giants, I can see them spiraling maybe to a few more losses to end the season here. They're probably a fade-on team at this point, especially since they are coachless and in limbo in that regard. And your 49ers, nice win in Cleveland. They have a bye too, probably good for them. Maybe they get some more pieces back. But what do you have to say about any of those teams before we move forward?
Well, certainly the 49ers are an interesting team, but they've gone exactly.
You called it basically at the beginning of the season.
If I had a report card, right? If I had a report card for the season, there'd be a lot of C's and D's in there, certainly a few F's. But the one A I would have maybe would be with the 49ers because their schedule has just dictated, there's just no middle ground in their schedule. They just didn't. It's remarkable. Even today, as you look at their schedule and you list 10 teams that they haven't, that they didn't play this year. It's unbelievable that they didn't play any of these teams. And then you see a team like Detroit where they played this monster schedule, and then they've got to have some easier games down the stretch. No, it just keeps coming and coming. Now in the 49ers case, they've taken, to their credit, they've taken advantage of the schedule, and they've beaten, almost exclusively beaten these teams that they were supposed to beat. And, lo and behold, they come back from their bye, and, look who's staring them in the face, Tennessee. So here's another game that, that they should win. And then down the stretch, and people say, their schedule is going to get tougher down the stretch. Well, yes, not like finishing with Buffalo, Kansas City, and Detroit. They're finishing with Seattle, Arizona, and Indy. And while those teams, not Arizona, mind you, but Seattle and Indy are certainly good teams. But it's about time. The last 4 games, the last 4 weeks they've played Arizona, Jacksonville, Carolina, Cleveland, right? And congratulations for surviving that gauntlet. Right. We'll give you a bye, and then come back and play Tennessee. So yeah, it's about time to play somebody. But even like I said, they can't. Seattle might be a little over their head. I don't know. They haven't beat. Seattle really like opening week maybe something early, and they haven't had a lot of success against when they played Tampa, lost. They played Houston, they lost. They played the Rams the second time, they got blown out. And those are the top 3 teams that they've played in the last 8 to 10 weeks, and they've lost to all of them. but they've beaten everybody else. And so I just find it hard to believe they're not going to make playoffs. So, they'll be maybe the worst of the playoff teams in there, but they're going to have 10 or 11 wins when all's said and done. And, but where's that going to get them in the end? Kind of like I said, they're going to be a team you want to draw in the first round of the playoffs. Because I just don't think. I mean, there are teams who like New England, like Denver, like the Bears, these teams that have no playoff experience in recent years.
Right.
Kind of the stereotypical, we want to draw them in the playoffs. But I just think those teams are way better than the 49ers. And so, I think the team that draws the 49ers in the first round, is getting, early Christmas, well, actually a big Christmas present, I guess, because those games are probably after Christmas. So, so that's, they're still, the 49ers will, I fully expect, them to come back from this bye, and, add one more notch to their win total and see next. And then you look up and wow, now all of a sudden, what are they, 10-4 or 10-3, whatever it is, how they do it. And then there'll be some better tests down the line. But, they've done, you don't luck into a schedule like this very often. But you still got to take advantage of it. And to their credit, that's what they've done.
All right. I've asked this question the last couple of years. And if you're able to, and actually this week has a bunch of these type of games, be looking at it. But if you're able to match any two teams against each other to answer all the questions you may need to know, the Dave Doe Grandy Super Bowl Invitational, which two teams would you put in that game to watch?
Well, there's a couple different ways of looking at it. I mean, on one side, you'd rather, I would say, let's have Indy play Chicago right now, and let's see which is the real team and which is not. And watching them play each other, take a look and see, are either one of these teams any good? But that I'm not sure that would really answer any question. To me, I'd rather see right now a team like Detroit play New England, and the equivalent in the AFC, Kansas City play Chicago.
I was going to say Kansas City play Tampa.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Kansas, it's important at this point to determine, is New England and Chicago, are they frauds or are they for real? and Kansas City and Detroit, do they really deserve to make the playoffs this year based on, how they've done, for the first 12 weeks? And I think that this would be the perfect way of determining if Kansas City could go to New England this week and beat New England, then it's like, okay, A, New England ain't winning a championship, and B, Kansas City does deserve to make it. And the same way with that other matchup that I talked about, is Chicago really deserving of a top seed in the playoffs? Well, I think I had said Kansas City go to New England. No, I had Kansas City going to Chicago, with Detroit going to New England. But same thing, same type of thing. If Kansas City can go to Chicago and win, well, it's like, okay, there's your wake-up call, Chicago. You're not going anywhere in the playoffs. And it's at the same time, Detroit and Kansas City, by winning this kind of game, demonstrates that. I'm reminded of the college football playoffs and the battle for the last spots to get in. And should Texas, there's several teams down there that think they should be in. But I look at Texas as a team where I think Texas is a very, very good team, but they've got 3 losses. They don't really belong, with these other 1-loss teams. But you know what? They're probably better than at least half of them. And I'd like to see them, Texas play Texas Tech, as a play-in game. Because I just got to believe that Texas is 2 touchdowns better than Texas Tech. And then, it's like, okay, well, we saved ourselves, an embarrassment of, having Texas Tech being the number 3 seed or something going in, because they're just a product of a weak conference. The Southeastern Conference, oh my God. Every week you play, a powerhouse team. And then, the Big 12, you play a lot of, all lightweights, so I mean, why wouldn't a 3-loss team from the SEC be better than a 1-loss team from the Big 12? Anyway, I shouldn't be talking about college football, but the point is that you've got the NFL, you've got the same thing. You've got the equivalent of Texas, being Detroit or Kansas City, who are right now sitting on the outside,
Yeah, good analogy. I
no
like it.
sure
Yep.
thing that they're getting in. But you know what? I'd much rather see them in there than to see Denver in there.
Makes sense. Yeah. I got it.
So, yeah. So I mean, that's my long-winded answer to your question. I think that I still think that as great a season as they've had, I'm not convinced that New England or Chicago is going to win in any playoff game, at home.
That's why the rest of the schedule and the playoffs could be super fascinating, at least from my perspective. And I think it starts this week, really, week 14. I think we have a chance to have a very, very intriguing week with these games coming up. I mean, this is a chance actually that this could be the best week as far as games being competitive. And it'll be interesting to see what we agree or disagree with as we go through the slate. There's a lot of potential weather concerns. It's cold now everywhere. I mean, we're talking about snow perhaps in the Buffalo game. We have snow and rain in Cleveland, perhaps there, rain in Tampa Bay, rain in Jacksonville. We're talking heavyweight rain in Jacksonville and Tampa Bay potentially. And then even if you keep it dry, you're going to have a cold day up there at MetLife. You know how cold it is up there right now in New York yourself. Baltimore will be a cold weather venue. Lambeau Field, 17 degrees. So fascinating week with weather and the matchups overall. Very compelling week, at least for me. Do you see it that way?
No, actually, I look at the schedule and I see, even what you would consider to be, important matchups. It's games like Indy and Jacksonville. Very, very important game. But to me, it's like, these are not good teams. I don't know that either one of these teams should make the playoffs. Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Baltimore's been a huge disappointment this year, yet they're moving up. Pittsburgh, not a good team. And yet, they're playing, what we consider to be a big game.
I think that's what makes it so good, is who's even worse.
That does make it good, but it's not good football necessarily.
Right.
And there's, Chicago and Green Bay, and weather is a factor in these games, obviously, as you mentioned. But man, that's not a game on TV. That has a chance to be very low scoring, very boring. And like I said, I'm not convinced Chicago's very good. In some ways, to me, the most attractive game on the schedule this week is Houston and Kansas City. And because you would hope that the weather would be a little bit better there than some of the weather that you were talking about. I just think Houston's a very good team with a very good defense, and of course Kansas City is the big name team that everybody's waiting for them to But yet the loser of that game is very difficult position. I mean, as much as people would like to say, well, Houston's got a chance to catch Jacksonville and Indy in their division. Well, that's true, but their record's not that good at this point, and now throw one more loss on top of that. And you're talking about a team that's going to not only need to beat Indy when they play. I think they play the last game of the season, but it's going to need a lot of help between that and that. So I don't know. I just don't see the heavyweights battling this week. I mean, what I'd like to see at this point of the season is, okay, here's the Buffalo game for the number one seed, the AFC, and that kind of matchup just isn't out there this week. Here's Detroit and Philly battling for the number one seed in the NFC. Well, that matchup's not out there this week. You have a lot of games that mean something, but I don't know. I mean, I see a lot of, Seattle and Atlanta, good team and a bad team. Buffalo and Cincinnati, good team and a bad team. Tampa and New Orleans, terrible game. Denver and Las Vegas, terrible game. Rams and Arizona, terrible game. And again, I guess the Monday Nighter is in some ways the most attractive game, but two teams that just aren't. They've been disappointing lately, I would say. One now with a quarterback with a broken wrist, and then the other team with a quarterback is, I don't know, just doesn't seem interested in playing. So I don't share your huge enthusiasm over this week's schedule. I think it's still a little early. I think that we need to, next week or even more so the following week after that. But we still got 4 weeks to go after this, right?
Yeah, plenty of football.
Right. And so we're not even in the stretch yet. So I wouldn't put too much. And the way the teams are bundled.
Well, I think that's it. I think we just thin out the herd a little bit more than anything. I mean, I think that makes it compelling to me because some of these teams that lose, I think we can write them off after this week.
Yeah, you know what? Again, I don't know that I would agree with that because this game this is going down as kind of must wins for some of these teams, and even the Houston Kansas City game that I was talking about.
25 degrees there, by the way, for the kickoff.
Yeah, but you're going to get help down the stretch because the teams ahead of you aren't that good, and so even we've talked about their schedule, but looking at New England, not that New England's going to fall out of the playoff, but if you look at Buffalo's circumstances, it's awfully late in the season. How in the world is Buffalo going to catch New England? Well, New England's no sure thing to beat Baltimore a week after they play Buffalo. New England, Miami in that last game. I mean, they could lose 3 out of their last 4. And even though you're sitting 2 games back with 4 to go, you could end up passing them even by losing a game. And so I think we see there's a lot of teams that I'll go on record as saying that there will be at least 3 teams that lose this week who make the playoffs.
All right. Okay. Let's go through the list.
Now, don't ask me to identify who they're going to be. But I'll.
The twists and turns of the NFL season. The twists and turns won't cease to exist, basically, after this week. They'll keep coming, and maybe the least expected thing will happen at the end. All right.
Well, we even saw this in the Thursday night game where they tried to, they talked about how important it was to win that game, and no doubt winning obviously more important than losing. But you look at Dallas when the game is over, and they're still in a position where
They could jump the
with a,
Eagles. Yeah,
with a strong
absolutely,
finish,
yeah.
they're going to win 10 games.
Yeah.
And you win 10 games the way these teams are bundled, you're at least going to get into a tiebreaker for the last couple of playoff spots. So
Yeah, that tie might come in handy.
Until you've lost an 8th game this year, you're not out of it. And none of these teams have lost 8 games that we've been talking about. So there's still room. There's still room for Pittsburgh, to lose this week, or Baltimore to lose this week, and for whatever it is, 6th loss or 7th loss or something. You know what? Dallas lost their 6th game last night, and they've got a tie. They're certainly not out of it. So that's just the way it is. And we'll look at the schedule next week, and it'll be very similar to the schedule this week, where there'll be a lot of matchups between teams that are battling for playoff position. While it's important to win those games, even when you lose and you look at the scoreboard and you see, wow, the teams we're competing against, they all lost too. So we really didn't lose any ground. I think that's the kind of season we're having.
All right. Those ties at the end of the day probably will help out Green Bay and Dallas, maybe. Dallas could, even if Philadelphia wins, I see where you're coming from. I mean, they could still jump Philadelphia if things continue, even if the Eagles win and they continue to slumber after this week. And again, those ties, that might be the best thing to happen to those teams.
That's the thing, is that, yes, the tie, first takes you out of all the tiebreakers, right? Which can be a bad thing depending upon who you beat. There will be there will be teams that like Dallas could, they could sweep Philadelphia, and then, or I don't even know if they've already played twice, but saying it's possible that they could sweep a team like Philadelphia, but then in the end, because of the tie, finish a half game behind, and that tiebreaker means nothing. So that's that's the problem with the tie. At least at that point, you're in some ways your fate being determined tiebreaker. It's being determined a tie, and there's you can only blame yourself for that. Oh man, we lost a 3 tiebreaker that went down to a coin flip. That's just not fair. Well, that's not going to happen with these teams that have a tie. So that's the one positive way of looking at, well, we don't have to worry about looking at point differential or scoring that extra touchdown. So we get a better point differential than Buffalo. No, we've tied, so we're not going to be involved in any of that nonsense.
All right, let's go down the list. We'll start with the NFC West, NFC South game of the week with the Seahawks at Atlanta. Right now, Seattle laying 6.5, 44.5. And since we are indoors here, and this is a game that won't be affected by weather, and traditionally these Atlanta games go over the total when they're at home, or at least it seems like they're able to. And you got to be able to expect Seattle to be able to score their points on the road here as well. You figure maybe Atlanta gets their own at home here against the Seattle defense. So I think you can play over 44.5 in this game. I think I'd be more interested in the Seattle team points, perhaps. They got a good thing going to me. Atlanta in a lower scoring game against the Jets last week, although that was out in the elements. I think we'll still do a little bit better at home here. 26.5 is the team points for Seattle. So I could see this being an over type of game. I can sense much disagreement in our conversations and games today. So do you like this as an under game for Seattle?
No,
Atlanta?
no.
Okay.
I think you're right on. and I wouldn't necessarily use the logic that, well, there's bad weather on all the other sites, so that means it's
Right.
high scoring. But that said, I just think Seattle is a way better team. And, Atlanta's without London. They don't really have much of a passing game. Everything last week was Robinson, and rightfully so. And you just, I don't know, I'm against Seattle. Defense is as good as anybody. I just can't imagine that you're going to be able to be one-dimensional and be able to score big points against. Because, Seattle, as you indicated, they're pretty consistent. They got a lot of weapons. They're not a huge scoring team, but they're going to find their way into the 20s and into the upper 20s in this game. And I just don't see Atlanta getting there. I don't see Bijan, carrying the ball 30 times and catching 6 passes, kind of like he did last week. And because Seattle's defense is just too good, to have that kind of approach. I think that Seattle will get ahead and it'll force Atlanta maybe out of their element, throwing a lot of balls to Pitts and whoever else is catching balls for them these days. And that's just not going to work against an elite defense like Seattle. So I do agree with you that I think Seattle will be able to put a point in this game. I'm just not sure that Atlanta is going to be able to match them at all. So when you're talking about a 31 to 15 kind of game that may or may not get to the number, it might, but I'd rather be on Seattle's side than to hope that Atlanta can also contribute.
Sean Brunet seems to be an automatic touchdown at plus 105 when he's by the goal line. And that's the one thing, too. Algier is getting the goal line carries. So as long as Atlanta can get inside the 10, then I think Algier has a good chance to actually score. He's a big back, so he can absorb some strong defense and still move his body forward. He's plus 210. I mean, that's still not the worst price in the world for him to score, knowing that he's going to get the goal line carries like Charbonnet. And both of those guys are almost 6-1 if you wanted to play it that way. And I get it, Atlanta may be limited in their touchdowns. But I think this is a chance now, too. We haven't seen him break out yet. But with this ground in Atlanta comes some familiarity with Rashid Shaheed and his former divisional opponent here in Atlanta. I think a good chance for him at plus 290 to get on the board this week for Seattle.
I agree that if we're going to look anywhere in this game, it would have something to do with Seattle's passing game. Atlanta takes a lot of risks on defense. They put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, which is problematic because the Seattle quarterback is not the best of quarterbacks, just hanging in there under pressure. So they're dialing it up this week. I expect Seattle, obviously they'll try to run the ball, but Seattle doesn't have the best running attack either. They have far better passing weapons. I think you'll see them throw the ball short, become more of a move the chains kind of team. I wouldn't be surprised if tight end Bonner were more involved. Teams tend to have thrown the ball a lot to their tight end against Atlanta. Atlanta blitzes a lot, and so I would, if I had one guy to play in this game, I take a shot with Bonner to score a touchdown or to get over what I would hope would be a somewhat meager number, because I do think that Atlanta's going to. Seattle's going to have far more success passing the ball than Atlanta's going to have passing the ball. And if you don't, again, the way they used Robinson last week, it's just an indication that, all right, it's, we need to start winning these games. Who are we fooling? Let's just give it to Robinson, 30 times and throw the ball to him 8 times and see what he can do with it. And while that might work against the Jets, I just don't see that working against Seattle.
Barner is plus 220 for a touchdown, receiving yards 30.5. And I do like that number. And back to Shaheed, he's only at 18.5 for his receiving yards. I'd have to go over that. He'll at least get a couple of catches.
I like both those Barner numbers. I'll ride with him in this.
Okay, next game on the board. If we're going to stick to the AFC West, NFC West theme, we'll do that. We'll go down and we'll scroll through. Let's see. Come back to this game. Come back to this game.
It's going to be a while before you see another one of those.
We'll go to the late window, and then we got the night games as well. AFC West matchup, Broncos and Raiders, 7.5, 40.5. This game in Vegas. And again, the Raiders show us nothing in a loss to the Chargers last week. Denver narrowly escaping Washington, which I believe I predicted on this show as well last week. I think you agreed with me there. They were able to get away with things and get a win on the road. Easier road trip. Their fans will have fun, I'm sure, traveling in Vegas this weekend if they're on the road. 7.5 and 40.5. I've seen nothing that I want to take Vegas in any kind of scenario. Denver does keep you in games, though. They play you close. So what do you like here? 40.5.
Yeah, not much.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no reason to be excited about anything that the Raiders are doing these days. They do obviously throw the ball to their tight end a ton. Last week, Washington threw the ball to their tight end a ton against Denver with some success. And so, I would expect that that's going to be their game plan. But when you don't have any outside weapons, you can't shake you got a good running back, but you can't you're not going to put up enough points to beat any kind of a quality team. I just think Denver should win this game rather comfortably.
You would think, right?
Without it being a real high scoring game, because I just don't see the Raiders having the potential, to rally from behind to make things interesting. So, I think that Harvey should be a popular ball handler this week in a game where Denver figures to be ahead. Why take chances throwing the ball down the field? Let's just grind it out against them. They, was obviously with Dobbins still not nice. I tend to go in this direction every week, but in a one-sided game where the favorite has the workhorse running back, the guy who's going to get a vast majority of the carries, I just think that's because they don't. There's just you don't worry about him coming off the field until they get so far ahead that they don't need him anymore. And if they've gotten to that point, well, then he's probably in a fair amount of damage. So, Harvey will be my matchup here of two of the top, supposedly top young backs. Maybe that inspires him to have a bigger performance. I don't know that he needs any more inspiration. Then you play on a pretty good team. You need to win. So I'll take Harvey as my.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
You did not catch that?
Yeah, I heard you'll take Harvey and then went silent for a second.
Oh, as my player of the game.
Right. Okay. I'll take his receive yards since they were just at 13.5. I think you're priced in there no matter what. In fact, he might only get 1 or 2 targets. He seems to be targeted at less and less from my vantage point. But at 13.5 against the Raiders, I'll take a chance there. And on the opposite side of things, and they've tried this actually before, we're going against a good defense. Let's just try to get Genty out in space and throw him the ball. That's, one of our lone hopes of moving it instead of running into the teeth of that defense. And if he's at 23.5, then I think that's going to be low enough for me. Maybe his receptions might even be better. Let me see if I can get a reception total on Genty. 5 catches is minus 104. I'd rather just take the 23.5.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay, so give me both the running backs there. All right, the Rams usually kill the Cardinals. Maybe I'm starting to feel what you're saying about these games not being as exciting. The Rams minus 8.5, 47.5. The Rams always kill the Cardinals in Arizona, it seems like. Maybe been upset a handful of times. We know the Cardinals are trying. We know that they fight. We know that they're gritty. Brissett can look good at times, but we all know what he is at the end of the day. And you got to think after a bad loss on the road, maybe the Rams a little bit more dialed in and focused against their divisional opponent in this game. I hate laying points on the road like this, especially like in the late window when you're kind of limited on your betting options. You almost like, oh man, is this the sucker play of the week taking the Rams minus 8.5? Well, it sure felt like it last week at Carolina where they lost that game outright as double-digit favorites. But I'm not going to have any confidence in the Cardinals here. Back to business for the Rams, and I think they'll be fine. Give me Devontae Adams for a touchdown. Why? Because he gets one every game. What do you like? What do you like here?
No, good point. I agree with you all the way in this game. I do have a rooting interest in this game already in fantasy. In that, so I picked up Michael Wilson, and he had and he was getting a lot of targets, and was doing fine, was helping me out until Harrison came. And then Harrison came back, and they, they already had McBride. And between Harrison and McBride, they were getting all the targets, and Wilson not so much anymore. And then I looked at their schedule, playing the Rams this week. I needed to drop a guy, so I dropped Wilson. And my opponent this week snatched him right up. And not only snatched him right up, but put him immediately into the lineup. And then I come to realize, oh, geez, well, good move on his part because, and realize Harris. Now he's out of this game, and Wilson now goes back to being their chief outside target. So I'm in a root against position here against Wilson. Fortunately, they're like you mentioned, they're playing the Rams. They should be really overmatched in this game, and especially with the Rams coming off that terrible performance last week. So, I think this is very one-sided. I think you go in a lot of different directions with the Rams, but as you indicated, why not just take the sure touchdown because Adams scores 1 or 2 every week?
I hit the angle last week with Blake Corum as well. Now, he scored in the first half, which was earlier than I anticipated, and that might have something to do with Kyron Williams being a little banged up as he left the game for a certain period of time and then came back. But I would be tempted, especially if this is a walkover for the Rams, to play Corum again at plus 290 for a touchdown.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart move. I think that, there is some uncertainty about Williams this week. And you're right. I mean, if you're taking control of this game in the first half, and you've got this backup who's been doing really nice for you anyway, why are we playing Williams at all? You can get yourself a cheap touchdown or two in the second half of this game if it goes as we think it's going to go. So that's I like that.
2 touchdowns, 27-1 for Blake Corum. That's not the worst thing in the world either.
I agree 100%. The only hesitation there is that they get the ball that 1 yard line and okay, here it is. They're going to hit it. No, they throw the ball to Adams, get him his second score
Right,
from
right,
2 yards or less. So, but yeah, heck, maybe they're had 31-7 in the fourth quarter, and Adams not even in anymore.
Honestly, $5 to win $1,730. And I said this last week. Bam Knight always gets a touchdown too. Bam Knight for 2 is 15-1. Blake Corum for 2 is 27-1. $5 wins 1,730. There's a long shot for you to root for.
I tell you what, why don't you just send me that $5 and I'll get myself a cup of coffee.
You'll need it up there, that's for sure. And make sure it's hot coffee. Don't get that cold coffee the kids like. Let's see here. Bam Knight for 1 touchdown though, plus 180. I can get on board that actually. Because they will score something. If they do, as chances are it's going to be the running back.
I'll wait for the screen.
Okay, next game on the list. Let's get back to this Chiefs-Texans game. And I agree with you. I do like what the Texans have been doing. I just don't think I like the spot for them. On the road, Sunday night, cold. We still know that their offensive line isn't the greatest. They won last week, but I think the Chiefs are a little different animal in Arrowhead than the Colts are in their home stadium, especially with the outdoor elements. You said it. When are we going to get this Chiefs get right game? I think we have a chance to actually get it in this game. And I'm wondering if Detroit maybe didn't set the tone for the weekend for some of these, like we said last week. Is there a changing of the guard perhaps with some of these more established teams struggling? So maybe the Lions on Thursday give a little boost to some of these other teams that know that they can, rally back and be a good team. I think just too much talent here for the Chiefs, and they just get it to all come together and get some pressure on Stroud, make the offensive line collapse and have Stroud feel that pressure in that pocket. Chiefs and Arrowhead Sunday night. I mean, I'm going to be willing to lay the points here, and I'll try one more time with Kansas City. Now, if the Texans win this game, then I probably am done with the Chiefs. I want nothing to do with them the rest of the year. I got to think that this is the game. Worthy for a touchdown, Rice for a touchdown, maybe even Kelsey for a touchdown. This has to be the game that they get things right at home against the Texans. What do you got?
Yeah, no, I agree. As good as the Texans are defensively, they just, they're not clicking offensively like you need to.
And the Texans have some injuries too on defense. Not to interrupt you, but the Texans do have a few injuries on defense, which could help the cause here. Go ahead.
So yeah, and while as I mentioned before, I think too much importance will be put on a lot of these games where if the term must win includes the game this week, I think it's a mistake. This game is one of those games that even though neither of these teams is in a really great position at this point, I think that it's more important for Kansas City to win this game, not because it's going to help them or not help them make the playoffs, but because, like the Lions, they need to get rolling. They need to get, find their stride come late in the season so they can make their typical late season run and then playoff run. So I think that that's the importance of this game for Kansas City. I don't think Houston has that importance at all. I think in some ways, Indy Jacksonville game is a far more important game for Houston than even Houston's own game.
Right,
because that's going to determine, who they need to beat down the line. And I'm sure they're rooting for Jacksonville to win that game because I think, Jacksonville's the weaker of the team, probably be the easier mark to catch in the long run. But, so I think, Houston, they're involved in a very interesting division race. And they, down the stretch, they play these teams. Well, these teams that they don't all play each other, but there's a lot of. I think Indy's playing Jacksonville twice down the stretch, and I think Houston plays Indy the last game of the season. So I mean, there's a lot of intrigue in the division race, and this is almost like, all right, this is our last exhibition game, and then we get into the games where we really need to win when we start playing, this round robin in our division. So I think that in some ways, coming off a big win, they're on the other end of the emotional spectrum. I think that they can afford to lose this game without really losing a whole lot of ground. I think it means a lot more to Kansas City. They're at home. I think they're going to take care of business here.
They might not even have a running game. Marks could be out of this one as well. And so that would just leave Chubb, who we know is a step slower in his day. I will say this, Chubb plus 380 for a touchdown right now is interesting. Because they just
big score for them last week.
Yeah, and they just had to get it to the goal line, and you know he's going to get it. Is the trick. But plus 380. How about this? What have you ever seen Worthy at 3-1 for a touchdown?
Yeah, he's kind of been the forgotten man. I mean, he's certainly someone who they need to wake up.
Yeah, they'd be smart to.
Right? Rice is doing fine. Or Rice is doing better than fine. And Kelsey, he's still capable. We've seen in recent weeks. But if they got Worthy going with those two guys, then it'd be far less concerned about their running game, because their running game is still. I think in many ways their running game is best where they just play Hunt. When they start mixing in, their second back, their third back. I don't get it. I mean, it's not like, well, we're putting one guy in because he's a better pass catcher, or we put another guy in because he's better at something. It just seems, I don't know. I don't see the rhyme or reason when they switch running backs. And not that they all aren't pretty good, but it just seems to me that Hunt is surprisingly good. And in the one game a couple weeks ago where he really got a lot more opportunities than he had any other game, he had a huge game. And so, anyway, I mean, like Pacheco, they're going to play their new toy, and so I mean, I don't know. It forces them to be, just 2nd and 8 or 2nd and 6 a lot, and throwing the ball. But fortunately, they've got a lot of receiving weapons. But like you said, all the more reason that they can get Worthy going, then all of a sudden they become a very serious title contender again.
They were like lighting him up in the backfield and throwing him like those quick slant screens as he runs towards the sidelines. Those were good plays. They seem to have lost those plays out of their repertoire. They'd be better off. They kind of get him a little bit more involved in that backfield. Just get the ball in his hands. They're not doing that downfield like they've been trying to do. They've been trying to get it to him, to be honest. Everything's been going right.
But that's the thing, and I'm happy because I have Rice.
Right.
But I really think they overuse Rice. I mean, I don't know that Rice is that much better than Worthy. But yet you would think, based on the fact that, they throw Rice the ball 10 times a game to throw the ball to Worthy 3 times. It's like, well, I don't get it. I mean, Worthy, he's a great weapon. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm not complaining, but I just it's kind of a head scratcher to me.
Well, you know what it might be, that it just maybe, it's all speculation, but maybe they just have some locker room issues that we just don't hear about. Maybe.
Well, like I said, usually you hear about these things. I find that a little hard to believe.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. We don't know. Well, you know what? They don't throw the ball to this guy because he doesn't practice hard. Right. He's not. He doesn't run his patterns the way Mahomes likes the patterns to be precise or whatever. All right, okay, you're right. We don't know everything, but it's just there's something weird going on there.
Right. Fascinating game, as we said earlier, with the Eagles and the Chargers. NFC East leader at the Chargers, who are trying to maybe chip away and they would have to chip away to catch Denver anyway. Denver's been so good with their record. Hard to believe the Chargers would jump them, but like you said, never know. Plenty of football left. So Eagles -2.5, 41.5. It's interesting because both of these teams have defense. So you would naturally think that it would be an underplay, but considering what you have talent-wise on offense on both sides of the ball, especially if Herbert's able to go, and I think that's going to be the big question, is he going to be able to withstand some pain and have his left hand in a cast or whatever the case may be? I think there's a good chance he doesn't play. That's just me saying that right now. If he doesn't play, then I really like Philadelphia. But if he does play, I think I still like Philadelphia to squeak it out. And I think this game can go over the total. Just because the Chargers, I think, score their points at home no matter what. If Herbert plays, and maybe it is a little bit less because of the injury. But they'll get 20 anyway, which means the Eagles could get 23. And that puts it over the total right there. That's 43 points. So you're not asking for a lot at the end of the day. So I'll take a shot on the over. I'll take a shot on the Eagles. And if we don't have Herbert, then I'll lay it all line with the Eagles. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, not in there. Then your lines go into 10.5. I mean, they drop down to Lance, right, as their backup quarterback.
Right.
And while he's fun, he's an accident waiting to happen. And that just changes everything. I don't see how the Chargers can compete if you throw him in there
Right,
against,
right,
especially against a defense like Philadelphia. My concern about Philadelphia is they just don't seem interested.
Yeah, they're just stuck in the mud.
The game that they played last week, they run the simple pattern. It's like, okay, Smith, you run deep down the left, and Brown, you run a little square in on the right. We'll run Barkley between the tackles, and we'll throw the ball at a tight end a couple of times. It's just unimaginative. They just seem bored. They just seem like, you know what, we won the championship last year, so we get a bye into the playoffs. So we're not even going to try during the regular season. And while it's been, I guess you would say, somewhat successful because they're probably going to make the playoffs, it's just they played the game like the Chicago game last week. Man, they looked terrible that game. And why wouldn't they look terrible? This game this week is no more important than last week's game. I just don't see why, it's going to take 3 weeks to go and they need 3 wins to get into the playoffs, maybe to wake this team up. And, I think the Chargers are, every bit as good as Chicago is. I don't know that Philadelphia, I'm just not confident they're going to flip that switch and decide, you know what, we need to start taking this thing more seriously, because really they don't yet. I think it's early enough that they could lose another game here and then go into the 4 weeks and still make the playoffs. Just by flipping that switch. And to me, the key is Hurts. I mean, he is the entertaining part of their offense. When he's faking the handoff and running around again, it just opens up so many things. It creates a different kind of, it forces the team to defend the whole width of the field, which opens things up for Barkley running the ball. But he's just, of all the guys, he just doesn't seem interested in putting his body at risk and exerting too much energy at this early point of the season. Now that'll change at some point, but I don't know why it would be this week. I think they need an urgency in order to play better football, and I don't think they're at that stage yet. So that's my long way of saying I'm just not sure what Philadelphia team's going to show up here, and the Chargers, if their quarterback, well, he is hurt, but if their goal is to protect the quarterback, then obviously they'd want to run the ball more. Now they're getting Hampton back supposedly this week, and that's going to be really interesting to see for me, because if the goal is to run the ball a lot and you're getting your star running back, well, he's had a serious injury. How much do you want to use him? I mean, is he going to be a part-time guy?
And Vidal's been decent too.
What's that?
And Vidal's been playing decent as well.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, but yet Hampton is their big guy, and then if you're going to beat Philadelphia, you want to be firing on all cylinders. So ideally, with the quarterback injured, with your star back there, with your emphasis on running the game, you'd want to hand the ball to this guy 20 times. But I don't know that he's in that kind of shape, or they're willing to take that kind of risk with him at this point. Like you said, they've got to, they don't want to completely phase out this, this backup running back who's done so well. So I think there's just some question marks in this game where I'm curious to watch this game. I think it's going to be an interesting game, but I have no idea what to expect. So I'm not involved in this game.
A couple four-wheelers stuck in the mud. Every time they spin their tires, they just get deeper and deeper. All right, back to the 1 o'clock section. I have one game that I love as far as the pick goes. And I believe it will be a higher scoring game too. I don't know. Do you have any guess which game I may be talking about?
Well, there's one obvious game that you could be talking about, but the tone of your voice leads me to believe that you're not taking the obvious game. But so I'll the obvious game and say that the game has to be Cincinnati and Buffalo.
No.
Okay, see, I didn't think so, because this game's too obvious. Cincinnati with their quarter, with Higgins, I think, coming back this week, and they're all offense and no defense. And Buffalo has kind of turned into that kind of team.
Yeah, they are. They're bringing guys off the scrap heap on defense, Buffalo.
Yeah, when they get involved in games like this, they're surprisingly good at outscoring the other team, but it's dangerous. They get up 30 points in games like this, and they're scoring 40. And I think the weather will be a big factor in this, but this could easily be the highest scoring game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good game regardless. I think. Yeah.
And I think that and then the big thing to me in this game, and we've talked about this, I don't know how many weeks in a row now, but Cincinnati is historically bad at defending tight ends. I mentioned that in talking about Likely in the Cincinnati-Baltimore game, and he had a big game. If he hadn't fumbled the ball at the goal line, he would have had a really big game.
Right.
But they threw the ball to tight ends last week. I don't have the number in front of me, but I want to say was 15 times. And between Likely and Andrews.
Right.
And Buffalo has two really good tight ends, but Kincaid's been injured, and I don't think he's coming back this week. I think they're pointing him to next week, which is unfortunate, because he could have a monster game in this game, and a very high scoring game where they're not guarding the tight ends. He's just a very productive guy when given an opportunity like that. My question is, presuming he doesn't play, can Knox be that guy? I mean, Cincinnati turns, Knox level players into all pros, seemingly every week. But he's been so disappointing that I don't know, what the problem is. and yet they even have a third tight end, but I think he's injured now. And so there's, if they're going to throw the ball to their tight end, like today, they play defense like, well, tight ends aren't eligible receivers, are they? And yeah, actually they are. And this guy just caught, 8 passes or career high passes against you, like every other tight end. I think that it's just too bad Kincaid is not in there, because I think he would be probably the play of the week in a very high scoring game on a team that throws the ball to him a lot, especially around the goal line. But I think that when push comes to shove, that just means that Allen's going to have to throw the ball more to his outside guys, and they're fully capable as well. I think this is going to be a very high scoring game where you're definitely going to want, this could be like the Detroit Dallas game where you could go in 6 different directions and cash some kind of tickets in this game.
Give me my man Shavers 7-1. Now he's been inconsistent as far as like targets go, and we haven't seen him in a week or two, but he does show up, and when he gets involved, he does really well. Talking about Tyrell Shavers, wide receiver for Buffalo, but 7-1 for a touchdown for him. Let's see, it's got to go somewhere.
I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a sleeper in this game. Someone who you talked about before, but he's a guy who seems to be tends to show up. He's high scoring game. You're going to play more in the games, but that's Johnson. For whatever reason, he only touches 5 or 6 times,
right?
But it seems that when there's always that play or two every game where he plays where they throw the ball to Johnson, and it's like, oh boy, the other team didn't see him come on the field. There's nobody's guarding him, and he runs down the sideline, 30-yard touchdown. In a high-scoring game, going to score 4 or 5 touchdowns. And his number likely be very high. He'd be my long shot play for a touchdown in this game.
7-1 for Tyler Johnson. Yeah, that is a good call.
That's a very nice price.
No receiving number yet, but yeah, he really is an auto play to catch his 1 or 2 passes. And, no one's covering him, it seems like, ever when he catches them.
That's the thing. It's like, why don't they use this guy more often? He always gets open. He catches big passes for him. And especially when, you don't have your star tight end in there, you're going to want to throw the ball more to your back. You already use Cook enough, running the ball. He's kind of an obvious play in this game, too. The way they used him last week, it just seems as the season's gone along, as the weather's gotten colder, there's more reliance on him, and less on Allen running the ball, frankly, which is probably a good thing for them, and in terms of saving Allen for when they really need him to run the ball in the playoff. But anyway, I gotta believe that Knox, based on his season numbers, hopefully that his receiving yards are low enough that it
off the board right now because of
concern is everybody knows that the tight ends in Cincinnati get a lot of yards. So what do? You got a guy like Knox who's averaged 12 yards receiving a game. And then you Cincinnati's defense, which gives up yards a game to tight ends. So where do you put Knox's number? You put it up closer to Cincinnati, down closer to his season's average. And I just think that if he's under 20, it's hard to believe. But if he's under 20, then he becomes an automatic.
A fun way to play this game potentially use Ty Johnson as your baseline of 7-1, and then parlay him with maybe like with Gabe Davis for 1, because that would pay 43-1. Dawson Knox for 1 would pay 35-1. Ty Johnson for 1 and Shavers for 1 pays 66-1. And why not? Ty Johnson and the new guy, Brandon Cooks, pays 96-1 if they both score 1 touchdown each in a high scoring game.
I think this is the game. Kind of like the Detroit Dallas game. This is the game where you can do something like that, because there should be, unless it is a complete blizzard, there should be a ton of points scored in this game. I mean, the fact that Cincinnati has all of its offensive weapons firing, it's just another reason for Buffalo to have to score an extra touchdown or 2 in this game. Again, kind of like Detroit had to keep scoring because you knew Dallas had the potential, to counter. And so you can, crying out loud, 2 minutes to go in the game and they're supposed to be running the ball, they throw in a 35-yard pass down the middle of the field, to late in that game. I just think that Buffalo, knowing their defensive deficiencies, knowing how good Cincinnati is offensively, they have to be an all-out, let's score 40 points today mode. And if that's the case, then, all of these crazy, why not use this guy? Why not use this guy?
Right.
At 7-1, a 10-1, a 12-1. You know what? That's again. Look at the. Look who scored touchdowns last night on Thursday night for Detroit and Dallas.
My boy Flournoy.
Yep. Parlay from Peace Law to your boy Flournoy.
Yep. That was a nice paying parlay of those 2 scored. I should have. I just really limited myself. I played 2 plays. I played Flournoy, and then I parlayed Flournoy with Pickens, which and I did Flournoy for 2 touchdowns at 100-1 on a small ticket as well. I had a chance to sell both of those tickets late at a profit, but I thought Dallas could get that one last garbage touchdown. Unfortunately, they threw that pick. But yes, if you have some sort of open parlay with like Flournoy, you really have a chance to fill in some of these guys, like a Blake Corum this week, like a Ty Johnson, and really boost this ticket up to a very, very nice price right now. And you're right, even with the weather, you just don't see that slowing these teams down too much. All right, do you care to take a stab at my other fun game? It's going to be fun for all the wrong reasons, to be honest, maybe. And a higher scoring game. Do you care to take another stab?
With the way you just talked leads me to believe that you can't possibly be talking about the Tennessee Cleveland game.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. So, but I don't. I mean, Miami and the Jets.
No, I'm going to go indoors with Washington and Minnesota, actually. And now that we have Jaden Daniels back, and I like I guess I played with, let's see, the kid that they signed from Tennessee who scored last week. Who am I talking? Treylon Burks, which I think adds another dimension to this receiving core for Washington. I think this is all Washington. The wrong team is favored here. This is a game I could see Washington screaming bloody murder on the Vikings, only because we've seen what the Vikings have at their quarterback position. Just when you just didn't think it could get any worse than what McCarthy and Wentz gave you. Brosmer basically gave you that last week. So McCarthy gets another chance. But the Washington defense isn't super great either. So maybe this is what he needs. Maybe they get involved in the running game a little bit more. They'd be wise to. But I think with Daniels back, he's a full participant in practice now. And a game that means relatively nothing at the end of the day. Might be more of a freelance scenario. I just see Washington coming into this game as the better team here, and the better quarterback, regardless if it's Mariota or Daniels. They've been able to score points. Although they've been losing, they've been able to score, and their defense gives up points as well. It's a chance for McCarthy to have a semi-decent game, even if it's semi-decent at best, even if it's a D+. I think that's enough to get it over the total. I don't think the Vikings need to score much to help that cause, maybe 17 points. I think the Commanders probably score into the 30s themselves. But a team who's been trending down but playing a little bit more spunky in Washington, I think this is a good chance for them to get a win. They know they're not going to go anywhere for the season. Minnesota's not either. All the more reason for them. But they are not the underdog in this game, Washington. They should be the favorite to me. And I just think that we'll get Chris Rodriguez running one in for a touchdown. We'll probably see McLaurin get a score. Who knows? Maybe we get Burks involved again. Ertz, maybe he goes off. And the Vikings, if they just somehow get their skill, the ball somehow, then they'll get some points as well. They'd be wise to just maybe even line Jefferson. I was thinking about this, and it sounds stupid. Why not line him up in some weird spots, like put him at running back and throw him some screens on the go or something like that, just to get him going. But in a game that you just would otherwise brush aside, I think we'll get some points, and I think the wrong team's favored, and I think the Washington team points is an easy play. That one is at 20.5 for Washington team points. I love that over. They're going to demolish that. So that'll probably be the angle. But this is my sneaky, funner game in which there'll be a lot of points, but mainly because of Washington. So what do you think here?
Yeah, I'm kicking myself for not seeing that this would be your pick here. Everything you said there makes perfect sense. I think in some ways the fact that both these teams are out of it, and both these teams are getting their quarterbacks back. I think it could be a really, no pressure, very loosely played. Neither one of them, well, especially Washington, not a good defensive team, and neither one of them runs the ball, and so it could be, and that's fine because this game, I think both teams, the number one thing that each one of these teams is going to be looking at this game is where's our quarterback? In Daniel's case, basically the franchise, right? We need, for next year, we need to get back to the form that he had last year. And we've got these new weapons now on the outside. We got McLaurin healthy finally. We got this new guy Burks. We've got some weapons now, and we need to get and in sync with these guys. Like I said, we can flip the switch next year and get back to where we were. And so I think that this is a really indoors. You don't have to worry about the weather. I think this is a really nice opportunity for Washington to start that machine rolling. At the same time, it's a huge game for McCarthy. He was supposed to be their guy. He got injured. He came back. He was supposed to be their guy again. He was terrible. He got injured again. Now they've seen out, the alternative, and they need him. They put themselves in a position where he's critical to their future. And he's, at this point has to be wondering, man, are we going to be one of those teams that drafts a quarterback next year? And so I think that, for himself, he's got to believe that this is a very, very important game for him. Not only because, he'll have other opportunities the rest of this season, but, I don't know their schedule, but in the NFC North, if one of those games is at Chicago, right, your opportunities are going to be very limited because of the weather. So take advantage of it now. You're indoors. You're against a weaker, maybe even your weakest defensive opponent that's left you've got all your outside weapons, are healthy. You're not running the ball well. Yeah, I think that I have confidence that he's good enough to make good things happen in this situation. I think Daniels is set up to have a nice game. He may not be in midseason form yet, but they've been very conservative in bringing him back slowly. I think this is a nice spot for him to return. So I agree with you. I think that this could be a very high-scoring game.
You're getting nice prices on Jefferson, plus 155 for a touchdown for him. Debo's plus 190. McLaurin's 2-1. Burks is 6-1. Again, you can just parlay some of these guys together. Rodriguez Jr. plus 210. 2 touchdowns for Rodriguez is 18-1. So even that would be a nice ticket. If we just go ahead and parlay him real quick. Because you know who's not going to run it at the goal line is going to be Daniels, because he's going to be the last guy in the world to run it if it gets close. So it's going to be probably Rodriguez. And if we wanted to take a shot with like someone like Corum on a ticket, Blake Corum and Rodriguez together in a very obscure 2 touchdown parlay, $10 with you, $5,300. Wow. So that's interesting math for those 2 guys to score. I'm going to have to be priced in on something like that. But the 2 touchdown scorers in this game are paying phenomenal. Jefferson was 27-1 last week. He's back down to 12-1, which is still a good price for him. Again, Rodriguez Jr. 18-1. Addison's 22-1. Debo's 16-1. McLaurin 16-1. Burks is 80-1. So pick your poison and maybe have some fun with this game. All right.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% that this is, don't forget. I just don't see your team. And you made a good point about Daniels. Normally, you get down by the goal line, you're afraid that he's going to steal touchdowns, running the ball. But yeah, I don't know why they would put him at risk this week doing that. But yet they don't really, they don't have a great running game. Minnesota doesn't have a great running game down there. So I think you could see both quarterbacks getting some 2 touchdowns in there, pushing them up from 2 touchdowns to 3. I think both of these quarterbacks you could look at. You probably get a really nice price for over 2.5 touchdowns for each one of them. Because as I said, I think that these are 2 spotlight guys. Everybody's going to be watching these guys, and it's a big, very big game for McCarthy. But I also think it's a big game for Daniels. He's probably been waiting a long time to get back out on the field. Got everything else going for him this game in terms of the wideouts, going well as tight end. So you got a potentially disinterested better defenses in this game. It could be a 41-38 kind of game.
Right. I'm thinking like 41-21, but yeah, something like that works. The other team that I think I want to see a dry track, but Tampa Bay, when we mentioned it, once they get past that Rams game, then they'll be able to hit the reset button. And they did last week at home against Arizona. Here they are. They're second of 3 home games in a row, and now they get the Saints. It's the same story here, and probably even a little bit better as they're starting to get a little bit healthier, maybe too. And, man, give me a Bucky Irving touchdown in this game, and he's minus 110. And give me Tampa Bay on their team points over 26.5. I want to see a dry track, but even if it's a little sloppy out, Tampa still has things to prove here. They still have a division to win. They should want to beat up on the Saints here. They're kind of semi-arch rival, you could say. So Tampa Bay should win this one going away to me. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I respect New Orleans. I think that even though they haven't played a meaningful game probably all season, they tend to show up and without really having a great offensive team. That would be my concern in this game. But what I was impressed with last week, and maybe surprised a little bit to see, was Irving is a very important player for Tampa. We all know that they've got these great wideouts. And, Baker spreads the ball around, but they really need more of a running game. So they need him to be healthy as we move forward. But he carried the ball, I want to say, 17 times last week. And it's like, whoa, that's a lot of carries for a guy coming back from an injury. It's just an indication that, they see the importance of this guy. They need to get him rolling, get him really up to speed. And if he's carrying the ball 17 times, in a game like that, well, imagine in a game like this where they should be in control. Why are we risking, our quarterback who's already banged up? Let's just keep running the ball. Let's hand him the ball 22 times this week instead of the 17 last week. I think he could have a really big game, and I'm shocked to hear that his number is 110 or whatever you said at scoring a touchdown. Because you talk about a guy who could really potentially score multiple touchdowns. This guy has to be at or near the top of that list.
35 to 1 for 3 and 6 to 1 for 2. And the other attractive number is we know Tampa Bay's a passing team. And what other way to keep Irving healthy than not to run him into the teeth of the defense and to throw it to him in the flat, but just 16.5 for his receiving number. I can swallow that all day. That's low.
Yeah, and he's someone who's a definite. If we talk about 5 guys on the whole list here, someone who you definitely want on your tickets. He's one of those 5.
Right. Yeah. If you're gonna have a 5-player touchdown ticket, he's got to be one of the 5. I agree. Good call. Besides that, every other game's competitive to me. So do you have any props in this Dolphins-Jets game? Give me Achane for a touchdown, I guess.
Yes, he's another one that and unfortunately he's probably minus 280.
Minus 150. Minus 150.
Oh well, that's very reasonable.
Yeah.
Because the Jets are bad against the run. Miami, have their last week. I want to say Achane carried the ball 22 times last week, and Tua threw 23 passes. I mean, it just shows you the ratio. I mean, how often do you see teams run the ball more than they pass the ball these days? But that's kind of what Miami, without Hill, that's kind of been what Miami has become offensively. This guy, he's I hate to even call him light, but he's Gibbs light. He's, as long as he's healthy, he's a potential touchdown every time he touches the ball. This is not a this is a bottom 5 defensive team against the run. He carried the ball 22 times last week. What's he going to do this week? He like Irving is automatic play on your score a touchdown list.
If we do a round robin of 2 touchdown scorers, and we put in everyone we talked about, Bucky, Irving, Achane, Rodriguez Jr., and Blake Corum. Man, come on, Blake, on the long shot here. If we hit all 4 on $5, that wins $100,000. And then if we put $5 where we can hit 3 of the 4, just need to hit 3 of the 4 on the average, $10,000 if we get 3 of the 4. Now, obviously, it helps if we get Corum in there as a longer shot. But if you had the 3 shorter shots, still a pretty nice payday at the end of the day. All right. I wonder if you throw someone like James Cook in that ticket or Allen, since Buffalo is going to score a lot,
Yeah. I mean, Allen seems to be a guy who
He takes matters
who
into his own
somehow,
hands. Is
some
the
way
best.
finds-
Yeah.
But I mean, he's. I just the way they used Cook last week. He carried the ball over 30 times last week, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Again, it's just an indication that you're trying to protect the quarterback, maybe a little bit coming down the stretch here, knowing how important he's going to be. If you don't, why are we running why is our quarterback running the ball when we've got a back, who's just as effective running the ball, and it's more expendable. So in a very high scoring game there, he would. I think we haven't got done talking about all the games because there's one more guy who I think belongs on this list. But if you're looking for the gutless ticket of one touchdown each, I think Irving definitely got to be on there. I think Achan's definitely got to be on there. I think Cook's got to be a third guy that's going to be on there. A fourth guy I'll leave open for a minute because we haven't talked about the game yet. And then the fifth guy that I would, I'm not totally convinced that we want him on there, but I put Harvey as the fifth guy on that list.
Oh, Harvey. Okay.
Yeah, Harvey.
So he's the guy we did not speak of, or is there still one more?
There was one. Well, we kind of spoke about Harvey.
Okay.
They're
Yeah,
playing
kind of,
the Raiders. No, the fifth guy has got to be Judge. The 49er game last week, he actually had a fair amount of success running the ball. The Cleveland's offense was a little better in that game than I expected. He carried 23 times last week, was generally effective against a decent 49er defense. This week they're playing Tennessee, and it's an ugly game of the week. I don't expect there to be a whole lot of scoring in this game. I mean, the weather probably is really bad. But I just see two bad teams. Let's just keep running the ball against each other. Best. Cleveland's going to want to play that way. I don't know if Tennessee can really play that way with their backs, but I think they'll try. The last thing they want to do is send their, draft pick back to pass with Garrett, coming around from his backside. We don't need the quarterback to get knocked out for the season at this point. And why are we doing it anyway? We know Cleveland's only going to score 17 points in this game at most. We don't need to be rushing on the field. Let's just play conservatively as well. I just think this is going to be of all the backs in this game, Cleveland has no other back, really. I mean, they'll play Sampson a little, but Judkins going to get the ball. I'm going to guess he's going to be the leader in terms of number of rushes this week, league-wide, against a very bad team. He's the guy who could, it's hard to project a guy scoring 2 touchdowns for Cleveland when the team might not even score 2. But I think he projects as a 2-touchdown guy this week. I would certainly put him on my 1-touchdown ticket with Cook and Irving and Achan. And then, like I said, and searching for that fifth guy, I'd actually prefer someone from that Washington-Minnesota game, but I don't trust any of the backs there.
Right.
So you'd probably throw Jefferson or McLaurin on there if you were going to throw someone from that game. But I'll stick with the 5 backs, and the one for the thumb here will be Harvey.
Judkins is minus 120 for a touchdown.
I can understand the price there. I mean, even last week, Cleveland scored 1 touchdown.
Right.
This
game could have 0 touchdowns, to be honest.
They're a pretty good team, but they're certainly not an elite team. What's Cleveland going to score this week? I said 17 before. That might be optimistic, but that's based mostly on the fact that they're playing Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee, I find it hard to believe Tennessee is going to hold them, to under 14 points. So I think this could be a 20-10 kind of game, 17-12, really ugly. But I do think Cleveland will score a touchdown or two. And like I said, they got nothing in their passing game. I mean, I think they realize with Sanders in their quarterback, he can do certain things, but also the more conservative they can play, the more times they run the ball, the more likely that one time he fakes to somebody might get open. Look at the Cleveland game last week and we'll score 26-8. And still Judkins had 23 carries. Imagine when the scores flipped and Cleveland's the one that's ahead 10-0. Well, all the more reason to hand the ball more. And he's been a really nice workhorse kind of back. So, I mean, that's a very nice price for one TD.
Would it be shocking to you at all if Tennessee won this game?
No, certainly not against Cleveland. I mean,
that's what
possible against Cleveland. And the problem in this game is going to be, how does the team that falls behind respond? Because it could really snowball.
Right.
I mean,
ineptitude skill. Yep.
Right. Tennessee's put in a passing mode with Cleveland's pass rush and their young quarterback. That could really get ugly. And at the same time, if Cleveland, for whatever reason, decided, well, let's see what Sanders has got. Let's cut him loose this week. And I don't think, even as bad as Tennessee is, I don't think that's the right thing for him at this point. He needs to, rely on a running game, and then, he threw some nice balls last week. I thought, I was impressed with how he played last week. He didn't make the big mistake that was going to be critical in a low-scoring game. But at the same time, it's because they kept handing the ball off to Judkins, and he was, having a decent success running the ball. The opponent this week is weaker. I think Cleveland could get a lead in this game, and like I said, that's what they need, because they don't need Sanders in a passing mode. They don't have the receivers for that. They don't have they don't have the quarterback for that, frankly, at this point. So, Tennessee gets up. You get a 3 lead in this game. That's like 13-0 in most games. These teams aren't rallying from behind.
The last two games of the early session, competitive, but that doesn't necessarily mean good football. Colts at the Jaguars, Steelers at the Ravens, two divisional rivalries that really matter for their divisions for sure. Some big stakes at hand here. Potentially a lot of rain in Jacksonville. We know that the Steelers and Ravens traditionally play under games. So any props on these that you might be looking at?
Well, I mean, the one to me that I made a note of is Lawrence's running. The Jacksonville, this is, as you said, this is, while these teams may not be going far in the long run, these teams are fighting for the division title, or think they are at this point. And Jacksonville's got a nice little thing going offensively, quietly. Picking up Myers really helped them. Getting Thomas back from his injury, Strange has done very well. At tight end, the running game has not really developed well. But I do think that short of the weather being a big factor, I think both teams are going to be able to score points in this game. And the more Jacksonville throws the ball, the more Lawrence, he's kind of taken the Herb, path where
Right.
he
Good one.
he runs the ball effectively. He for a big guy, he's not like Allen. He's not taking on guys, but he'll try to juke a guy 5
Yeah.
yards down the field.
He
and-
runs with
and
purpose,
get an
yes.
extra 5 yards.
Yep.
Does he have a rushing?
Oh, yeah.
Number?
14 and a half. That's a layup.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, he had three rushes for 25 yards last week. I think that's kind of a baseline for him because, as I said, he's a good athlete for a guy his size. 14 and a half yards is, two scrambles. Well, and Indy's certainly good enough offensively to put up numbers in this game. Crazy. But, I mean, this is not going to be – we're not talking Cleveland, Tennessee here. I mean, this is going to be a game where probably both teams end up in 20s. There's going to be a good amount of passing in this game, especially from Jacksonville. Their running game is not that great. So, it's very possible that Jacksonville could fall behind in this game and even throw the ball more than they're hoping to. And the more that happens, the more Lawrence is going to take off running with it. So I think that's a very attractive number.
I think it's a chance to buy low, too, on Brian Thomas Jr. at 45 and a half.
You would think so. I mean, this is a team. I talked about Jacksonville at the very beginning of the season as a team that I thought could be a big surprise this year, based on the Tampa offensive coordinator going over and taking over as the head coach, because they do have weapons, and now that they brought, picking up Myers was a very, very smart thing for this, because he complements Thomas really well.
Yes, yep.
And now you've got this coach who really, he's getting the best out of Lawrence that Lawrence has done so far in his career. Not that that's a great accomplishment, because he's been an underachiever so far, but he's actually having a very average, NFL average kind of season, which is good. And he hasn't had obviously he hasn't had Myers for most of the season. Thomas has been injured and hasn't done much. I mean, so there's still a lot of room for improvement there. I just think that they are, they're trending in a good direction offensively. Not, they're not Detroit by any means, but they're certainly not Cleveland anymore, And so, and this is an opponent that's very average on defense. So there's really no reason, other than the weather, there's really no reason for them to take a step backward this week offensively. Had a very easy win last week. I don't know if that means anything at all, but certainly doesn't hurt that they've got a surprisingly good record. And these, when we talked about this, a lot. There's I don't know, seemingly 18 teams in this league right now that are all about the same.
Right. Yeah.
And unless you're going up against Denver or Houston or maybe Philadelphia, you really don't worry about, or even maybe the Rams. Well, we're going up against an elite defense. That's a problem. No, you know what? Everybody else is pretty average. And so you do it one game, chances are you can do it the next game as well, as long as you don't play one of those big heavyweights. So, for a big game like this, I think it's going to be an interesting game. I think that, Indy seems to me to be the better team in this game, but maybe Jacksonville's got things going better than I think they do, hopefully in the end, I'll be rooting for Jacksonville in this game. Hopefully in the end they pull out the 27-24 win, because I do think it's going to be that kind of game.
Yeah, I think this could be a higher scoring game.
Over his rushing total. But I also think he'll find, he'll throw a touchdown pass or two in this game as well.
All right. The Jags are underdogs right now at 1.5. Yeah, I could see them winning. I could see this going over 2, even in the rain. Actually, the other thing that I think helps with the Jonathan Taylor receive yards, because he's been pretty good at that one lately himself, is the fact that Daniel Jones is kind of banged up. So that takes the dimension of Daniel Jones running the ball out of the equation. So how do you supplement that? And that's maybe, play action, throw the screen to Jonathan Taylor as well. So 16.5 receive yards for Jonathan Taylor over. I would look at myself.
Yeah, he's been a lot better pass catcher than I expected.
Right.
One of the in the fantasy draft, got out of them early, and among a group of pretty good that were available, and I soured on. They just said, I'd rather have a guy who catches the ball. There's fantasy. You get an Achane, kind of guy at that spot in the draft. And he's just like stealing money with the receptions he's getting. And you know what? It was a mistake. I should have taken Taylor, and part of that is the fact that he's become a better pass catcher than I expected.
The Ant-Man is looking at a big payout of about $4,000 if Jonathan Taylor can score 3 times, because he has that parlayed with Jahmyr Gibbs for 3 touchdowns on Thursday night.
Well, that's the key there is exactly what you said a minute ago, and that is you're far less worried about Jones stealing one of those touchdowns. Even they get the ball 6 inches from the goal line, you wonder, do we even risk Jones on a quarterback sneak? Why don't we just hand it to Taylor, get the touchdown? Don't worry about Jones taking the extra hit that we can't afford. Because if he goes down, we ain't going anywhere. And so, it's you could luck into an extra touchdown or maybe 2 based on the fact that Jones isn't gonna run in. Now he might try to throw the ball in at that point, but why even do that when you got Taylor standing behind you? So now that's I think that's a very very possible.
Is it worth a small ticket? Let me rewind a bit. 3 touchdowns for Achane and 3 for Bucky.
I think Achane is far more likely to do it than Bucky. I respect New Orleans.
Right.
They show up, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't show up this week. Not that means they're a good team. Not that means they're going to win by any means. But I don't see them, losing, 34-14. I mean, I just don't see them being completely blown out in a game like this. I think they'll be competitive. And so, if they're scoring 4 touchdowns with their passing game, I find it hard to believe that the running back's going to get 3 of them. So I do think he's going to have a really good game, but 3 touchdowns to me is you got to blow out the other team or have it be a really high scoring game. And I think both are possible with the Miami, going against the Jets defense. I think Miami could put up a lot of points. They don't have a lot of other options. But Tampa does have a lot of other options. So, they've got Godwin back now. Egbuka catches a lot of balls. Heck, you even fear that White might go there and take something away.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Achane to me is if we're looking for a 3 touchdown guy, he's number 1 on my list. But I'll tell you, Judkins, I think has a chance to be that guy as well, even in a very low scoring game, just because this is the way Cleveland wants to play. not going to throw the ball a lot, and they're playing the worst team. You know, I mean, Cleveland doesn't get this opportunity to score 3 touchdowns in a game very often, and so I just don't see who else is scoring for them, especially if they get a lead and they don't have to throw the ball and they've got this guy who can carry the ball 25 times. Why not just keep handing it to him? So he would be my number 2 choice on the three touchdown players.
All right, okay. I might take a stab at that. Something like with you know, and I might throw Taylor in there too, and round robin it. Achane, Taylor, Junkins. That makes sense. All right. Henry's minus 145 for a touchdown. That's pretty good for him at Pittsburgh, or against Pittsburgh. I know traditionally he doesn't do well against Pittsburgh, but a minus 145. Do you like him there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know what to think of this game. You know, I don't think Pittsburgh's a very good team, but then again, I'm not convinced at all that
Right,
Baltimore
Ravens a good
figures
team, yeah.
things out either. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Pittsburgh won this game, and I wouldn't be
I wouldn't
surprised
either.
at all
Yeah, I wouldn't
if
either.
Baltimore won this game. So I don't know. It's
Run for the hills. I got you.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you that the number sounds, you know, sounds intriguing, but you know, I don't know. I'll pass on this game.
All right. Defense, the theme for Green Bay and their game against the Bears. I mean, the Bears have a nice thing going. They got the running game cranked up with Swift, and Monangai has been as good as anyone as a 1-2 punch. But we see the Green Bay defense. They're a beast all their own. They can open things up on offense now a little bit as well. It's a cold weather game, so you figure points are probably out of the mix there if it's going to be that cold. You're just not going to be able to get things going and as far as a high-scoring affair, I don't think. So, lower-scoring game to you?
Well, you know, the one thing about this game is you got 2 teams that are used to the weather.
That
You
is
know,
true.
So,
Yes.
I mean, unless it's really snowing hard or raining hard or whatever, I don't think cold is really going to bother these teams that much. And like you said, Green Bay is a very good defensive team. I'm going to be shocked if Chicago is able to run the ball effectively against them. But Chicago, you know what? Chicago can throw the ball too. And Green Bay seems to have a nice thing going offensively now. They, you know, when they can protect Love and get him throwing the ball down the field, you know, they've got a lot of down the field weapons. And you know, Watson certainly coming back and playing effectively, and you know, effectively as a deep threat as well. And now all of a sudden, you know, you got lesser coverage on Wicks, you got lesser coverage on Dobbs. You know, you've still got you know, without the tight end in there anymore, it's almost like, well, we don't have any receivers that, you know, chain movers. You know, everything we got is 20 yards down the field. And so they take more shots down there than anybody. And like I said, if it's snowing or if it's windy or if it's rainy, then, you know, they're going to be impacted by that. But if it's cold, I don't, you know, it's like, hey, we practice in this every day. So I don't, you know, I think this game could be sneakily high scoring with some good, you know, some good passing numbers. Just because, like I said, I think Green Bay's defense is just too good to play conservatively against. So I don't know. It's you know, I find this game interesting. And Chicago's an interesting team because they, as well as they ran the ball against the Eagles, and I'm still shocked by how well they did. You know, they're supposed to be a passing team, and they've got passing weapons. So, you know, if someone's stopping their running game, it really shouldn't really bother them that much because, all right, we'll just throw more. We can do that. Some of these teams just stop their running game and you know, you force them to throw and it turns into a disaster. But not, you know, that shouldn't be the case with Chicago.
You got some good numbers on the Bears touchdown scores for sure. Monungai's plus 210. Adunze's plus 270. He's been quiet, but you could see him breaking back out. DJ Moore is plus 280. Loveland's at plus 360. On the Green Bay side of things, my man Wicks is all the way down to plus 470 this week. And looks like we have Jaden Reed listed. Look at that. Back from the collarbone. We'll see how much he plays, but he's at plus 320. Your guy, Christian Watson, paying well, plus 180.
Yeah, well, and you know, I mean, I have him on my fantasy team, so I watched him more closely than most of the other players in the league. But I was really impressed how often Love threw the ball deep to him. And it's the Jameis Winston principle. You keep throwing the ball deep, eventually your guy's going to catch it. And you know, and so some of these deep threats, you know, like Jamison Williams, who we've talked about for years, running deep patterns. They only throw, you know, they throw 1 or 2 balls to him every game. And, you know, in the games where he doesn't catch any, well, he doesn't get you anything. But in Watson's case last week, I mean, they threw at least 4 deep balls to him. And, you know, when you're getting 4 deep balls, you're going to catch one of them. You know, you got a good chance of catching 2 of them. I mean, he easily last week could have scored 3 touchdowns, heck, even 4 touchdowns with the number of times they threw the ball deep to him. And that, you know, that to me, you know, if that's the way it's going to be with them, and we discussed this already, this is the way they like to play. They like to throw the ball down the field. But if they're picking one guy and they're throwing the ball deep to him multiple times, well, that guy's going to score touchdowns. And so, you know, I think he's going to score a touchdown in this game. Again, unless the weather just completely takes passing game out of the game, and it doesn't sound like it's going to be that severe, then, you know, I think he becomes, among Green Bay's, you know, receivers, he becomes the most likely guy to score a touchdown. And this is a team that's, you know, Love is throwing 2 or 3 touchdowns every game these days. So, you know, I like where he's at right now. I'm very, very happy having him in my fantasy lineup.
All right, I have on your primary ticket 5 touchdown scorers. James Cook, Bucky Irving, Devin Achane, Harvey, and Judkins. You go to
yes.
that?
That's yes.
All right.
I also, you know, I do think that, you know, we've hardly talked about these guys. Maybe we even talked about, well, one guy we didn't talk about at all. But you've got the 2 best receivers in the game, or you know, or close to. You know, you've got Jefferson and you've got Chase, both playing in games that I think, and certainly you think of one of them, you know, have a chance to be high scoring. Why aren't we talking about them as possible 2 touchdown scorers? And, you know, they're worth taking a shot with. I mean, if Cincinnati, I mean, there's really no reason Cincinnati doesn't score 3 touchdowns in this game. It's just the way they play. They're going to give up 5, but they'll score 3. And if in fact McCarthy comes back and is on his game, like I expect him to be, well, that's going to mean that Jefferson's going to be involved. And I know he hasn't done great lately, but, you know, say what you want. You know, I mean, obviously last week the quarterback wasn't as good as anybody expected, and McCarthy's been injured, and they played another guy with, you know, I mean, unless he's totally given up, which to me there's no indication that that's the case. This could be a fun game for him. I think this is the kind of game you'd much rather play a game like this than to be playing Green Bay this week or whatever, or Philadelphia, where, you know, you're up against a tough opponent, you're not going anywhere, or gee, why am I even trying?
Right.
You know, this is a Washington team that's going to give you points, and you know, it's fun to get in the end zone, and you remember how you do it one time, you want to do it a second time. So, you know, I won't be surprised if at the end of the day we see Chase and Jefferson each scoring 2 touchdowns. We're not, I mean, the matchups are
perfect.
such,
They're perfect, and they're due.
It's possible. Yeah. So
$20 went
let's
to
not-
1,800 on that.
Let's not forget, that they're out there as well.
Is that even worth a 50 spot? Maybe $50 was you 4,500.
For 2 touchdowns each.
Yep, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to take a shot at, man, I think Judkins, can score 3 touchdowns or whatever. And at the end of the day, when he doesn't score any, you think, what was I thinking? Cleveland doesn't score 3 touchdowns in a month,
Right.
And why didn't I just go with the sure things? You got the 2 top receivers in football.
Yeah.
And both of them are playing in matchups where, it's very possible that they'll score a touchdown, that they'll even get 2 touchdowns. Why am I trying to turn junk, into jewelry by, predicting a Cleveland guy is going to score 2 touchdowns when you got Chase and you got Jefferson out there with nice matchups. So, I would say one more time, let's not forget about them.
All right, I can put $100 to win 1,400, 1 touchdown each. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Devin Achane, and Bucky Irving.
I mean, that's very solid.
Very solid. Dave, enjoy New York. You got any fun plans while you're there? Or
No. Oh, I'm at a wedding. Last night there was a nice pre-wedding reception kind of thing, cocktails, and actually, tonight is the wedding. So, my wife is from New York, and she has a huge family. Seems that they're all, the children of her, brothers, many brothers and sisters, have all reached the age where they now have children who are getting married. And so it just seems that 3 times a year, hey, so sisters, whatever, is getting married, and let's pack our bags. So
there you are.
I've made the cross country trip much more than most people.
Are
But
you
I
on?
enjoy it. I enjoy coming back here. Our hosts back here are very accommodating, and then just taking a week off and relaxing.
Right.
Even if it's cold, I don't really mind. I'm indoors. I'm not doing anything. It's not like you said. I'm not back here to watch a soccer game outdoor where football, Winston playing football or something, where you got to freeze to death. No, I'm just here. Like everybody else, I'm here watching as I'm having my cocktail last night, bemoaning the fact that didn't have Prime Video. I'm watching hockey instead of the Lions and Cowboys last night. Well, that's the biggest negative.
Well, you get your fill with the Dolphins and the Jets as your local 1 o'clock game on Sunday. All right, Dave.
I'm really up to speed on the Knicks.
All right, Dave. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe. We'll talk next week. Okay.
When we see her, what do we say?
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my holy chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. You might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Good morning. This is the Round Robin. We are just right before 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray, and with us now, let me go ahead and get his camera on. He looked at me like he was shocked when I said the Big Steve lock of the week is Washington Commanders. But nonetheless, we're going to roll with it. Good morning, nephew Dave. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Doing well.
What's going on with you this morning?
Oh, not much, man. Ready for another day of some Sunday football here, and we're running out of it because season is rapidly coming to the end.
We are getting there. Relatively. Let me get your camera angle a little bit better. There we go.
There we go.
We're running out of time. Less than you can count the weeks on one hand now, Dave.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah, it's man, it's saddening, you know.
It is.
What are we gonna do? Well, we got the NHL stuff.
Yeah, we have plenty of playoffs and stuff like that too, and excitement in the meantime.
Yeah, we'll know about the college playoffs today. Maybe we'll get that on in the lounge at 12.
I'll tell you what, my Patriots to win the AFC and Indiana to win the national title. Future not looking too bad.
No, that's nice, man. Indiana, man, is they look good against Ohio State.
What surprised me is that they could win a low-scoring game like that, to be honest.
I thought both defenses, I thought that's what it was going to be because I played under 46.5 in that game. And sure enough, I don't even think they got half of it.
No, they didn't. And we talked about that actually at the beginning of the show is when I kind of gave that lesson about taking all the unders for Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 2 overs, 2 unders, and actually all the underdogs was the right angle. But that lesson was right for the championship games.
Yeah.
As just about every one of them went under. I don't think is there one that went over maybe? I don't think Texas Tech got there. Alabama didn't get there. Maybe the Boise game got over the total, I think.
Yeah, I missed that one. I didn't even see that
with UNLV. But I think that was it, though. Everything else was an under game. So if you played all the unders in the championship games, you came out great. If you kept chasing the overs, then you're really looking to make up your mess today. So let's see what we can do.
Hockey was a little bit brutal last night too, Steve.
Yeah. You know what? There was not much scoring when you looked at that.
That was the under Saturday night of the season so far.
It definitely was. And I got some tickets rotating up on the screen now. And I think what we'll do before we get into Survivor Pool is let's go ahead and do a little art of making the tickets, Nephew Dave.
All right.
Incorporate you this week. So we'll go ahead and do that. Let me update the graphic on the art of making tickets. Now, the production studio, they have all kinds of different options for timers for your graphics and stuff now. So you got to do a little extra clicking to get things up. Because I could feasibly make this art of making tickets graphic disappear in 15 seconds if I wanted to. We'll keep it up. All right, so let's do something we haven't done in a few weeks. And I say we're getting ready to do it every week, but then I'd change. And I think we went, let's see, we did we do running back receive yards last week? That's kind of the one I wanted to tackle again. I don't know. Some of this is repetitive. Don't get mad at me. I know we've done some quarterback rushing yards. I know we did single touchdown, long shots recently. I think we did tight ends recently as well. So let's go ahead and do running back out of the backfield type of guys first for their receiving yards, because I got a few in mind today. And we'll get back to a couple of the numbers I just talked about with Del Grande. But Bucky Irving sits at 16.5, Dave.
Yes. Yep.
And he is a receiver, right? So let's go ahead and bump his number up, because if he gets 40 yards today, plus 450 for Bucky Irving, which that is very, very doable against the Saints here. He actually got more of a load than I thought he would last week. So I just expect that to be the trend again this week. In a game, I think Tampa Bay can have some fun today.
Absolutely.
Against the Saints. So let's throw Bucky Irving up there for 40 yards receiving. Let's go ahead and take let's go ahead and take hold on, I gotta take this call real quick. Hey, I'll call you back in like 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and take my man Achane. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good
He's a 31.5, but he's going to get a lot of action. So let's just go ahead and bump him up to 50 and hope for the best on that. The other low hanger kind of guy who's really good is going to be in the rain today with Jonathan Taylor, who's been money on his receiving prop, to be honest. He's been on fire as far as going over his yards. So we'll take a look at him in a minute. Achane for 50 yards or more, plus 280. I like a little bit better number, but we'll settle there. Down to Taylor. And the other obvious one with a low number is going to be Harvey after Taylor. But Taylor is just a 17.5 for his receive yards. So really, we just want to break him out in space. And at 40 yards at plus 460, I mean, I think we just got to try to lock that one in. Let's go ahead and look at the guy I just said, who was Harvey, right, for Denver. RJ Harvey. If things are acting a little slow around here on your listeners, on your viewers' ends, well, we'll blame the Ant-Man and all the vodka from yesterday. Watching the college games. RJ Harvey for 30 yards, Dave, is at plus 360. How about that?
Okay.
So right now, this is not a bad list at all to be working with. We'll add one more. We got Bucky Irving for 40 yards receiving, Achane for 50, Jonathan Taylor for 40, RJ Harvey for 30. So where do we go next? Let's go to a lot of points in Dave's game. So who's going to be your breadwinner at receiver out of the backfield, Dave?
I think, and that is kind of a tough one.
Or should we be looking at an obscure guy, maybe like at Burks, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, you could if you want to incorporate that long shot in there.
Burks is 12.5 for his receive yards.
Yeah, I mean that's just
that's
one catch.
Jeremy McNichols is 9.5. I do see Noah Brown listed 14.5.
I think probably Rodriguez if we're gonna go, but I don't even have him listed.
I don't have him on my list either. Yeah.
So it's gonna have to be McNichols averaging 12.4 a game. So
just hope he breaks one.
You know, maybe if you want to play that, Steve, let's go with McNichols. We'll take them to 25 at plus 367.
Yeah, that's about what I got. Okay.
You know, that way we keep it kind of light,
Right.
a number that's somewhat achievable for him to get to.
Okay, so the art of making tickets is this today. 5 running backs for their receive yards. Let's do a little round robin with them. Bucky Irvin for 40, Achane for 50, Jonathan Taylor for 40, RJ Harvey for 30, and Jeremy McNichols for the Commanders for 25. Now, if we put $1.50 on each leg, which is $15 on the threes, we'll get $164 back if we get 3 of the 5 here. We'll put $1.50 on the 4-game parlay combinations, and we'll get about $800 on the average if 4 of the 5 of these hit. So we'll get 800 plus 4 at 160 for the threes. So that is about $1,400, $1,500.
Okay.
4 of the 5. And if we sweep all 5, and we'll just go ahead and put $5 on the 5s, that pays $12,000. The 4s and the 3s will add up to $17,000. And there you go. You have 5 running backs to not even run or receive for half a football field, Dave.
Right.
And you can possibly take home $15,000 on what would be an total investment of, let's see, 15 here, $750 here for the 4s. So $28. So if y'all have an extra $28, now obviously you can dumb it down to 75-cent legs if you want, or 50-cent legs if you want to get even cheaper than that. If you want to go El Cheapo on this, 50 cents a leg, which you just want to have a little bit of fun with the kids. Nothing else better to do. You could put 50 cents on the 3s, which is $5 total. On the 4s, 50 cents, which is $2 total. And put 1 on the 5-game parlay, which is $8 total of a bet. And if you sweep the board, you get $4,300.
That ain't bad. El Cheapo style.
No, that's how you turn the minimum into the maximum, people. So that is the art of making tickets today. Again, 4 running backs on their receive yards. Jot these down. Bucky Irving for 40, Achane for 50, Jonathan Taylor for 40, RJ Harvey for 30 for the Broncos, and for the Commanders, Jeremy McNichols. I'll go ahead and take a picture of that for myself so I can recalibrate this board. And again, all that, $8 to win 4,000. You want to do $24 to win 16, 17,000. By all means, go for it. All right. What do you think, Dave? Decent list?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give it a shot?
Yeah.
Right.
Let's fire.
I'll tell you what. Let me return this business call real quick.
All right.
Because we are a multi-functioning business. And why don't you go through the Survivor list, update the lines? Are you still in Survivor?
I am, yeah.
All right. So you can talk about your Survivor strategy, maybe. I'll give you the floor for about 4 or 5 minutes on Survivor, get everyone up with some fresh lines, and I'll give you my Survivor pick when I get back. How about that?
All right. Sounds good.
All
right. We'll start off here with the Saints traveling to Tampa Bay. Steve says that Tampa Bay can have some fun at home, and I do believe he is correct. 41.5 is going to be your number here today.
Is that your Survivor pick?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Danielle in the CP Shuckers pool, who's down to 5 people. She's one of the 5. Tampa Bay is her pick today.
Well, yeah, it's I have
a lot of people have used Tampa Bay too, which is a good thing.
Here's the scary part though, and that's exactly what I thought. Is I have 4 guys left in my pool, and I've looked, and nobody, including me, has used Tampa Bay. So I'm a little bit worried that all 4 of us have Tampa today.
Yeah. Maybe they take someone else.
Maybe they do. Their picks are already locked in, and I won't see it till the game starts. So Tampa is the Survivor play for me today. Big minus 455 on the money line at home. Kind of tells you everything you need to know there. Fun day for Tampa down there in Florida. Seahawks, they're taking on Atlanta. In Atlanta, 44.5 is your number here, minus 6.5 for the Seahawks on the road. And I wish I thought I had them at one point. I looked back into my list. I didn't have them. But that's certainly a team that you could use today. In my eyes, that should be way too much for Atlanta, as good as the Seahawks have been playing. So go with the Seahawks if you have them. I can't imagine that many people have them, though. But they would be another feasible pick today. Cincinnati is in Buffalo taking on the Bills. I think we have some snow up there. We'll have to double check on that. Your number here is 54.5 with a minus 6 for the Bills at home. Interesting game here. I think the Bills pull it out. Cincinnati could put up a little bit of a fight, though. Chase, he's got his man Burrow back, so that's going to make that offense, which is probably one of the best units in the league, as unfortunate as it's been for their season. That's still a really good offense over there. So we could have a game where we're getting close to that number. That is pretty high when you have to get to 55. But look, Cincinnati can definitely help that cause. So survivor play, obviously, if you have Buffalo, you could take a look at them. I would really try and find somebody else if you have them. If not, I think Buffalo could be used against Cincinnati as well. The Steelers, they are in Baltimore to take on the Ravens. What a game this should be. 42.5 is the number here with a minus 6 for the Ravens at home. Man, I'm not so sure about that. It hasn't been the best Lamar that we've seen. He was out with that injury, and he just hasn't quite looked completely like himself this year, at least in my eyes. The Steelers, also a bit of a letdown. I know the fans are just about over it at this point. Maybe if Ant-Man chimes in here in a little bit, we can kind of ask him about that. But if you're watching the games here, you kind of know what the vibe is in Pittsburgh. Upset, unruly fans. They want Tomlin gone, is what I'm hearing. I've talked to a couple Steelers friends, and they want the whole thing gone except for the special teams coach. So how about that? So not doing very good there in Pittsburgh. I don't think I would play this one at all for Survivor. It's a divisional matchup. Who knows what can happen in this type of game? So that is going to be a pass from me. The Colts, they are in Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars today. 45.5 is going to be your number. Minus 1.5 for the Colts on the road. So I do find this to be a close game. One of the games where I think the Colts should win, but I'm just not so sure. I see a scenario in where they just really go down there and fumble an opportunity. So in a Survivor sense, this is going to be a no play. The Colts do make me a bit nervous here in this one. All right, we're welcoming back Steve as we get to Steve. I'll go through this game, and then we'll kind of rewind, see what you have for Survivor, if anything, in the list I just went through. We've got my Washington Commanders taking on Minnesota. It's in Minnesota, so no weather issues there. 43.5 is the number. Minus 1.5 for the Commanders on the road. How about that? I think it would be a pass. I want to say you could take the Commanders just because of they have played better and shown signs of life in their last two games. But they just don't have the trust factor for me right now as far as that goes. Hopefully, they can play a good game in there today, but Survivor will be a pass. So, Steve, I've gone through the Saints and Bucks, which we touched on, the Seahawks, Falcons, Bengals and Bills, the Steelers and the Ravens, and the Colts and the Jaguars. So might there be any Survivor interest in those games for you?
Potentially. So there's a couple things I like that are kind of off the radar. I heard something interesting this week about a guy who's in Survivor, and he's won a Survivor $1 million pool already, and he's in the final 40 for the Circa. But he purposely took Chicago on Thanksgiving Black Friday with his picks because all the percentages are on the other teams.
Right.
And at that point, you can put yourself in a position to win Survivor as opposed to just trying to tag along with the masses. And it paid out for him. And it's kind of an interesting maneuver. And the honest truth is if you do the simple mathematics about it, the investment that he's putting in is so small compared to the payout.
Right.
And if you look at it on a straight money line, the Bears were what, like 2-1 on the money line or something like that?
Yeah, I believe that.
So nothing crazy, but you're getting these enormous odds for that team to win, and it happens all the time. It's the NFL is the thing, you know?
Right.
These teams beat each other. I would maybe be a little chancy here. My team, we haven't talked about the team I'm going to take yet, but I would kind of almost lean. And you mentioned Tampa, and I like Tampa because I figure a lot of people already used them. Maybe not. In Danielle's pool, there's only one other person who hasn't used them, and that's just me. Maybe some pools have a bunch, maybe some pools have none with Tampa available left. So I think they're still a good pick in that regard. There's got to be ones like, a lot of people have used the Seahawks already.
Right.
So would they be the worst thing to take today? A lot of people, let's see. I would avoid everything else at one, to be honest. All right, what else you got?
All right, so that means Steve is not going to take a Survivor pick with Tennessee and Cleveland Cleveland.
I got something to say about Tomlin in a minute, though, after we do this.
Okay, good. 33.5, the number for Tennessee and Cleveland, -4.5 for Cleveland. Wow, low number, but pass. The Dolphins and Jets, 40.5 is your number here, -2.5 for the Dolphins. I think you could maybe take the Dolphins if you have them. Steve, you're talking about playing risky this week and taking a chance. What bigger chance than taking Miami and Survivor?
Yep, I'll pass.
All right, he's going to pass. All right, Denver, they're taking on the Raiders today. 40.5 is your number, -7.5. This one's in Vegas. I don't think it matters. You could probably take the Broncos here.
I think the Broncos are worthy. That might be one everyone's jumping on if they haven't used Denver.
That could be. Yep.
So look at the people who, if the majority of your pool has Denver open, don't take Denver.
Right. All right. The Rams are taking on the Cardinals. It's in Arizona. 48.5 is your number with a -9.5 for the Rams on the road.
I think a lot of people have used the Rams.
I think so,
but
too.
If you haven't, not a bad spot to take them.
I agree. The Bears, they're playing the Packers. This one at 425. It's in Green Bay. 43.5 is your number here. -6.5 for the Pack at home. Complete pass. That's a divisional game. I want nothing to do Survivor-wise anyway.
I will pass.
All right. The Texans, they're taking on the Chiefs. 41.5 is your number here. -3.5 for the Chiefs at home. I'm not so sure why that might be. Houston could come in and make Kansas City fans very, very unhappy, but a pass Survivor-wise.
I like Kansas City. I would take them potentially in Survivor tonight. No one's going to have them, for one. So if things do become chaotic, you can win your Survivor with the Chiefs tonight.
Right.
And that'd be kind of a funny team to win it with, to be honest, when it's all said and done. Like, I won on the Chiefs of all teams when everyone hated on them.
Right.
I think it's just a bad spot for the Texans. They have offensive line issues just from the get-go still. We'll probably get their best effort, but they're missing a few pieces on defense as well. I just think everything sets up for Kansas City in a night game, cold at home, to play well and kind of get off the snide, per se. And we've been saying that every week. I get it. You know, when you know, and I faded Kansas City last week on that premise with Dallas. This is more of a fade of the Texans at the moment.
Oh, all right. I like it. All right. If you have to do it, just don't do it. But if you have to, you have the Eagles taking on the Chargers Monday night. 42.5 is your number there. And minus 2.5 for the Eagles on the road. Just don't do it. That's all I have to say. Just don't do it. That's it.
I'll take the Chiefs for my survivor, Dave.
All right. I'm going to take the Bucks.
All right. Pittsburgh Steelers coaches. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself last night as they're interviewing a bunch of these coaches, college coaches, about their potential to get into the college playoff, talking about Mario Cristobal, Marcus Freeman, from Notre Dame, etc. And sitting there watching that, and it kind of dawned on me. Because, like you said, there's been some of stirring of the pot with Tomlin, and it's time for Tomlin to go. And I'll tell you what, my old boss, Richie Somerville at old ESPN Radio, when I did the high school football for them, my boss, Richie Somerville, has been saying for the last 20 or something years to get rid of Mike Tomlin. Now, Tomlin's only been there for 18 years. He got there in 2007. But of just all the thing about just all the coaches everywhere, the Steelers go all the way back to 1969 with just the 3 coaches. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
When you think about it, Chuck Noll until 1991, Bill Cowher, 1992 to 2006. Those 14 years being the shortest stint. Hard to believe he was around until 2006.
I know, right?
Seems like less than that. And Mike Tomlin, 2007 until the present. And now we talk about Cowher, Tomlin perhaps being out of there. Man, the Steelers would love to just have the old Bill Cowher back one day. But who's a coach who can be there for a long, long time and they're going to be content with them? Right?
Right.
One name comes to mind for me, and I would love to bet this. And it's the guy I just mentioned, is Marcus Freeman. It's the coach of Notre Dame. Because when you see him, he's so young, but he's so experienced already.
Right.
And is he really going to be at Notre Dame forever? Is that going to be his job forever? Or is he going to move on at some point and go to somewhere like the NFL? Now, you don't leave the NFL to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, I don't think. Or leave Notre Dame to go to the
No, absolutely not.
But I think you leave Notre Dame to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers and become just their 4th coach in the last, 5 decades?
Yeah.
6 plus decades. Because he's a guy who'll stick around for a long time. He'll be young if he leaves that job.
Right.
He could have that job 40 years. You know?
Yeah. That's interesting.
And they accept him and take him in. And plus, he's got the mentality,
right,
with the running game, right?
Yep.
And the defense. He just fits the mold perfectly. I'm going to run that by Dave Grandy, but that came to me last night that if I could bet it, and I don't know where these odds would be available, somewhere offshore, probably
some out-of-state market.
So the next head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers to be Marcus Freeman. How about that?
That's interesting, Steve. Yeah, I could see that in a way. You make a lot of good points for that.
Who else would it be?
I can't think of anybody else really out there.
Just because of the role of like the 3 coaches for the span of 56 years.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I can't think of anybody out there that if they want to keep, the longevity of the coaching line that they've had, then that makes a lot of sense. He, as you mentioned, he is young enough, and they play a similar style that Pittsburgh has always played. So yeah, Steve, that would make some sense. You make a pretty good point there.
All right, programming note. What the puck is going on? We had to miss Tuesday, a little family affair. So we'll be back this Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You got any 2 cents on the hockey lately, Dave? It's kind of a bogged down slate of games yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of
it
low
was.
scoring, it seems like a lot lately.
Well, we said at the beginning of the show that was the under Saturday of the season so far. And I tell you what, it kind of happens this way, I feel like, but it is a little bit of tough sledding right now that we're about 20 to 30 games in, somewhere in that neighborhood. We're kind of having to find angles that work. And right now, like I said, it's a little bit of a tough sledding. And Steve, I'll tell you what, I'm glad I pulled off of it, man. I was going to pick on Calgary again last night. I was going to give it one more try. Calgary being the worst team in the league. And Steve, they would have burned me again playing Utah. So very, very happy because I would have absolutely I would have jumped off the roof or something of Calgary who had burned me again.
Yes, I did play the Mammoth myself. Look, I guess the late night slate went off. The Kings got 6 goals. The Oilers got 6 goals. The Canucks scored 4. Red Wings got 4. So the Hurricanes were the one pick I did like.
Yeah, that was
Nashville. That was an easy winner there. And then the Maple Leafs, I gave them up, and then they seem to be playing a little bit better. So figured maybe it's time to hop back on board a little bit. Nope. 2-1 losers to Montreal. And the Devils. Had the Devils slipped to last place in that division? That's what I heard.
They're on the way if they're not there.
Let's see. They are. New Jersey is just 1 point out of the basement. Tied with the Rangers, Flyers, and Penguins, all with 33. Look at the Capitals in first place now.
Best team in the East from first to last. Once again, they didn't do that last year, but like last year, they are the best team in the East at the moment again.
The Bruins continue to bounce around their division. They're now where they were at the top and kind of dropped to the bottom third. Here they are back to the top 2.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough. And then Florida's plummeted. Let's see. Just a couple notes. Look, it's interesting to keep the hockey in mind. Let's see if we got a good slate of games today, too. Colorado, just 2 now regulation losses. 2 regulation losses. In about 2 months of hockey, they've lost twice in regulation.
That's impressive.
Let's see. Anaheim continues to hold on to the top of the Pacific. And Nashville's bad. They're real bad. The Blues are bad. Winnipeg, look how bad they've been.
I know.
Wow. Okay, games today in hockey. Let's just take a quick look. We got to get to this NFL slate. But if there's anything we need to bail out on, do we have anything to? Yeah, we have Blackhawks and Ducks tonight. Oh, Capitals and Blue Jackets.
Yeah,
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Golden Knights and Rangers. Blues, Canadians. Penguins at the Stars. Sharks at the Hurricanes. That's got to be the Carolina again. You got to figure. All these teams on a back-to-back, it seems like. Islanders and Panthers. Avalanche, Flyers is the early game. You got any picks at all? Anything you like?
No, I'd like to take the Avalanche, but I'm pretty sure they played yesterday, so
they got the flu going through the team too.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pump the brakes because I had them -1.5 against the Islanders, and that was their second regulation loss.
A little Capitals
doors blown off.
A little Capitals Ducks parlay might not be the worst thing.
I think that's the way to do it. Long road trip for the Caps. But I do believe Columbus is on the back-to-back, so that kind of evens things up. Caps coming from the West Coast, just getting back into town late Saturday morning, I guess that would have been.
All right, let's fire down the slate. Dolphins and the Jets. Dolphins -2.5, 41.5. I'm a little bit indifferent about this game. I basically want both of these teams to fold the tent and give up on the season. Although I do have Miami to make the playoffs with Dallas on a ticket, which Dallas could still win the NFC East at the end of the day here, as discussed earlier. Panic button. Let's give it another week with Dallas. But Miami and the Jets. Let's see. The weather's not going to be nearly the issue. It's now up to 41.5 to total. You naturally just think that Miami's probably going to win this game, but it is cold. Tyrod Taylor's been money against the spread with the Jets here. And if the Jets are going to win a game, this would be the game that they win. I'm not interested in either side here. I think it's basically a toss-up in that regard. I like both the running backs. I like Brees Hall, and I like Achane. I think you can play them both for whatever you want today. Touchdown each, 2 touchdowns each. Their receive yards. We talked about Achane on yard making tickets. Well, Brees Hall is at 19.5. It's almost criminal you don't get Brees Hall involved into the passing game, someone said. It's coaching malpractice is what I heard the other week, which is completely true.
Absolutely.
If you don't throw the ball to Brees Hall. Greg Dulcich back. He's 11.5.
I have him for 2 receptions, Steve.
Really?
Yep.
All right. So note some of this stuff with your pen and paper as we're going along here.
Dolch.
We're going to have to fly through this a little bit, maybe, to get out by noon. Jalen Waddle, 66.5 for him. Passing prop wise today, Tyrod Taylor is 182.5. Tua is at 213.5. The alternate passing touchdowns, plus 490 for Tua. And Tyrod Taylor is at plus 640. I wouldn't be shocked if this game turns out into somewhat of a shootout here offensively. Two teams who both in desperate need of a win. Not necessarily great defense. Did they play an over the last time that they played? I want to say that it did go over. Let's take a look. I got to pull this game up. Remember, this is that Monday night game that they played as part of maybe one of those double headers.
Oh, right.
I think. So let's see here.
Love those double headers.
The Dolphins and the Jets, 27-21. So they got 48 points the last time, and Miami won. And you felt like they could even have gotten more, to be honest.
They could do it again.
So I like the over in this game as well. Maybe one of the sneaky over-unders. We'll take a stab with it.
I'm going to play it. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Team point wise, we have, again, I would just trust both of them rather than their individual points. But 19.5 for the Jets, 21.5 for the Dolphins. Both of those could go. I mean, both of those are probably overs to me. So I think a few things to like here. And I think it's just the obvious stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Like take the over and the running backs on their receive yards. Let's not get fancy schmancy about it. What do you like, Dave?
Steve, I mean, I had Achane for 2. Obviously, he's going to be the focus. He is on a fantasy team of mine as well. And it is just a massive fantasy weekend here in the sports lounge, for me at least. I wanted to take Waddle. I let off. So, like I said, I took Dolch for his receptions. We've got Achane there for 2. And now talking about this game, it has talked me, opened my eyes, and I am going to take the over, Steve. So, again, this game, less is more. Let's keep it simple between these two teams.
All right. We've seen use out of Mechie and Adonai Mitchell by the Jets wide receiver-wise. So, a 4-player touchdown, same game here, would be Dulcich, John Mechie, Adonai Mitchell, and Devin Achane. $10 wins you $3,050. How about that?
Oh.
Conjuring tickets up on the fly. So maybe something like that would suit you well. The other thing would be, let's see, we'll take a look at the 2 touchdowns in a second. Let me get back to the Mitchell yards. Mitchell's 49.5. And I don't have a Mechie number. Why? Oh, there I do. Yes. 36.5 for Mechie. I'd just rather take those guys for a touchdown than their yards.
Right.
I think at the end of the day. And
how about Mitchell for Madness?
Adonai Mitchell for 2 touchdowns for Madness?
Yeah.
Madness is our 2 touchdown ticket we build with you guys of obscure scorers. Dave says Adonai Mitchell, he's just 22-1. So, yeah, we'll throw him on there. Why not? Adonai Mitchell, 22-1 for 2 touchdowns today. We'll throw on the 2 touchdown madness. I'm going to keep it simple here, Dave. Anything else for you?
No, that is the exact angle for this game. Just keep it simple.
All right. I like Seattle to score points today in Atlanta. I don't know if Atlanta gets their points, but I think Seattle gets there. So I think the Seattle team points is a good play today. The spread is 6.5. But let's just, in case Kirk Cousins finds his wits about himself at home here, let's just avoid that nonsense and just depend on Seattle to be able to do their thing. So Seattle on their team points today is at 25 or 26.5. So that's a not an easy over, but I think we get over. I think we get every bit of 4 touchdowns anyway from Seattle. Add on a few field goals, and that's going to get them to over 33.5. I think would be the safe number to do. If you want to get a good payout, you get plus 320 for over 33.5 for the Seattle alternate team points over. Besides that, I'm waiting for Shaheed to blast out. He's just at 20.5 receive yards today. So I think you have to play that over, to be honest. I already have him on several tickets. And if he just goes away into oblivion, I'm going to be mad. They traded for him for a reason.
Right.
He knows this Atlanta secondary from being at the Saints. Right. That's the other angle about this that I like. And I think it's just too much firepower. Shaheed for a touchdown or 2 today is going to pay nice as well. Barner is someone that Dave Delgrandy liked for the passing props today. Let's see. Yardage, Cousins is 208.5. Darnold, 233.5. Again, find some things that you like under. Like Kirk Cousins under might not be a bad play for me today.
Oh, absolutely.
208.5. Have your under ticket, especially in some of these weather games that we haven't talked about yet. But touchdown passes. Let's see. Cousins under pass. I'll notate that. Darnold for 3 touchdown passes plus 350. That's a good price.
Yeah.
I like that. So Darnold on a 3 touchdown quarterback ticket. That'd be a nice play to throw on there at a good payout. Cousins for 3 touchdowns plus 750. Kirk Cousins, if you want to start an interception list, Dave.
Absolutely.
You can throw him on that list, I believe, against Seattle, a worthy defense. And Seattle's defense to score might not be the worst play in the world if you want to do a defensive ticket. Let's take a look at that. But to me, this is all Seahawks all day for the most part. Seattle defense 7-1 to get a touchdown today. Cooper Kupp 340 plus 340 is interesting, and Shaheed is at plus 310. How about that? That's what I like. That's just a good number for him. Charbonnet always scores plus 110 for him. Algiers always scores by the goal line plus 240 for Tyler Algier today. Bijan is at minus 125. Jackson Smith minus 105. The 2 touchdowns for Jackson Smith and Bijan would be kind of fun to play, maybe. Let's see here. That would pay. Let's see. We got a little bit of a new setup here. Bijan's plus 550. Jackson Smith plus 650. So $10 just wins you $350. Still a lot of work to get those guys in. But Tyler Algier is 22-1. Rashid Shaheed 30-1. $10 on that would win you $3,600. How about that? A little bit funner bet if you wanted to go that route. Charbonnet for 2 is at plus 750. You could do him with Bijan perhaps and get 40-1 for 2 touchdowns. Let's see. I feel like I want to do like Algier and Jackson Smith together or something like that. $10 would win you $2,000. Is that right? For Algier and Jackson Smith, $1,200. Still like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you like, Dave, in this game?
Again, this is I'm going to use the simple method here. It's just way too much for Atlanta right now. Seattle has the firepower. They have the defense to back it up. Kirk Cousins, that's pretty much it right there. There's your handicap. He is not going to be able to find his way through this Seattle defense in my mind. Give me Smith. I believe I have him for 2. And I didn't play any receptions in this one. So Steve, not much. Like I said, I like the prop here with Jackson Smith, and I like the Seahawks to roll. You could maybe do an alt spread here. It's just way too much for Atlanta.
Yeah, I got Seattle. I one of the tickets on the screen has Seattle minus 12.5 locked in here.
Yep.
I think they win by double digits. I think that they can score a decent amount of points just on their own. They'll be indoors here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. So all Seahawks for me. I'll ride the chalk here.
Yep.
All right, you're going to get chalky here, Dave, with the Buccaneers over the Saints. Minus 8.5, 41.5. It's Baker and company. Honestly, Dave, they could score 41.5 themselves.
Oh, absolutely. With Bucky,
Bucky is back.
Bucky is back. You mentioned you were surprised that he got the load that he did last week. And I was a bit surprised as well, but I wanted to see it. I wanted to see how he looked coming off that injury, how much they would use him.
He's a big back, man.
He is. He's bruising. He doesn't shy away from the contact. He comes right at you. And I love that today. So Bucky is definitely back for them. Look at the cast of characters they have. Godwin's even listed at this point. I mean, this could be a really long day for the Saints, Steve.
So if you want to get some quick action down today, you want some quick results. I don't think the worst thing in the world would be to take like the Buccaneers first half minus 9.5, and then go ahead and take like Seattle the first half minus 9.5. Now it might take Seattle a little bit longer to pull away from Atlanta. Atlanta comes out a little frisky. But if they come out roll, maybe Seattle's not the right play for the first half line, but just for an example, I think you can definitely throw Tampa Bay on this list with someone else we'll talk about down the road. But Seattle minus 9.5 first half is plus 235. That's a nice 8-1 ticket for a couple teams to just be up by 10 points in the first half if you think they're going to blow them out anyway.
Right.
So I might be playing around with a little of that today myself. Bucky's on our receiving list. Again, he's just 16.5 baseline, 17.5 now. So we're moving lines like crazy people this morning. Anthony likes Devin Neal today over 17.5 for his received number. I could see that. As the Saints will probably get the ball out in the flats a little bit. Though Grandy loved Taysom Hill last week, he could be involved this week. I wouldn't give up on Taysom Hill for that angle yet for the Saints. But I mean, this is 41-10 if Tampa Bay wants it to be. I think
absolutely
34-10 at least.
I did take Juwan Johnson receptions because if they're going to do something, he's going to have to be involved.
Give me the team points for Tampa Bay, much like the regard for the Saints here. And in fact, maybe on the first half bets, that might be the thing to do. Tampa's total points is just 25.5. So yeah, over 33.5 to me is the number. That's to play at plus 360. That's where you're going to get your payouts today. If Seattle and Tampa to get over 33.5 points. It sounds so easy. That's why it probably doesn't happen. But, man, it looks like that's a layup, to be honest. Tampa Bay first half total points is 13.5.
Really?
The Saints first half total points is 7.5. But Tampa Bay 13.5 in the first half points. Is there an alternate first half total points for Tampa Bay? Yes. If Tampa Bay can get to 20 points in the first half today, plus 290. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely.
3 touchdowns?
Yeah, or even 17.
Yeah, or over 16 and a half.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, at a nice plus price. That is, let's see what that is. So I think there are definitely some mismatches in which this can happen. Now, when I told Dave Del Grande these games are interesting to me, like he's like, no, they're not. They're not good games. So this is why they're good. We can blow these suckers out in the first half.
Right.
That's good to me. Over 16 and a half for Tampa Bay, first half points. As I'm completely lost where to find this again. Here we go. Finally back on this. Plus 155. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Bucky's plus 650. Abuka plus 950. He needs to come out of hiding. Sounds like we'll get Mike Evans back soon, too. Plus 1,800 for Godwin. Olave, 20-1. Taysom Hill, 27-1 is still attractive to me. Cade Otton, 27-1. Devin Neal at 30-1 is not the worst play. Maybe. Rashad White at 30-1. Tez Johnson, 55-1.
Ooh.
Not the worst play, I don't think. Juwan Johnson, 35-1. You mentioned him, Dave. All right, so all Tampa for you, right?
Yep.
All right, who are we going to throw on this touchdown madness ticket that we keep forgetting to put people on? Want to go crazy, Tez Johnson here?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
55-1.
Yep.
This Seattle game, we'll go back to them. Let's take a Seahawk. You want to do? I don't know. We got Tyler Algier, 22-1. You want to do that?
Yeah, why not?
That's a great payout. And then the first one was not Arroyo. I want to say Arroyo, but it's Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
22-1. All right, so touchdown madness right now is Tez Johnson, Tyler Algier, and Adonai Mitchell. Those 3 alone for 25 cents pays $7,400 just for 25 cents. How about that? All right, Dave, it's the Big Steve lock of the week. It's system play 1 of 2. I didn't even realize we had another system play, but we do. And this is the team with the same or the worst record on the road against the team at home who has the better record. And the road favorite here are Dave's Commanders, minus 1.5, 43.5. We'll get a ton of points by the Commanders today. Their team total is at 20.5 points. How about that? Just a meager 20.5 points they need to score to win that bet. They fly over that number. They likely run away from the Vikings a little bit, who could have still a decent day for themselves. Actually, Washington is up to 22.5 now on the team points. So we missed that best number. It's all Washington to me, Dave. This is the Big Steve lock of the week. If you want to win 1,000 to get 1,000, this is the bet. I would take not the 1.5. I would just take the money line at minus 116. Don't lay the 1.5. Just take the money line minus 116. The Big Steve lock of the week, which is 9-4 and looking to go to 10-4 if the Commanders win today. Yes, don't get bit by this 1.5 at minus 106. Just take the extra juice and bet this on the money line straight. Dave, what's the state of the union of the art of your Washington Commanders in this game against Minnesota? Are they worthy to be the Big Steve lock of the week this week?
Well, we'll see, Steve. What we saw against the Broncos was very encouraging. I thought that's a little bit more of the team that we would see. And nothing against Mariota when I say this, because he is a great backup. We'd love to have him there. But I got to figure they're going for 2 to win that game. If that's Jaden Daniels in there, he finds a way to get that either around that defender or pops it over to a running back just waiting for the ball wide open, walk-in touchdown, and that game is over. The Broncos lose. Now, Now we all know that's not how it happened, but I got to figure Jaden Daniels in there. That might have been a little bit different. Again, nothing against Mariota because somebody is going to pay him this offseason to come help out their squad, and rightfully so. Very, very serviceable backup. He could be a number one somewhere still in the league. So we'll see, Steve. We have Terry on the field today. We have Deebo Samuel on the field. We have Jaden Daniels. Now I don't see. Oh yeah, then we have Noah Brown who is activated now. So this was what was supposed to be it. So we're gonna finally see what it should have been, what it could have been if this offense really gets rolling with that trio of receivers with Zach Ertz. A little bit injuries kind of kill the plan there, but I think today we're going to finally see
Treylon Burks. You haven't got him in there.
And Burks, he scored that amazing touchdown.
He's 100-1. He's 100-1 for 2 touchdowns today.
Oh wow, might have to throw him in there.
I'm going to bet that by himself.
All right, yeah, there you go. I might jump on in on that too. So I don't know, Steve. The defense played better. Their last 2 games have been better. So maybe this is a good spot to finally break the losing streak. We'll see. But I'm excited to see the offense today for sure.
On the touchdown madness ticket, well, we're going to take Justin Jefferson as a ringer, and we're going to take Chris Rodriguez Jr.
All right.
At 14-1 for 2 touchdowns. I think he's the alpha back to me. I haven't seen anything else that tells me otherwise, to be honest.
Right.
I don't know what Krosky Merritt has done behind the scenes. Maybe he's just not smart. I don't know. Maybe he just does stupid stuff like walking to the wall when no one sees him or whatever. Like maybe that guy's missing the screw. But Treylon Burks, how do you not take over 12.5 for him? He's up now. He was at 8.5. So we are moving lines like crazy people. Let's see. Noah Brown's 14.5. Naylor 16.5. Hawkinson 24.5. There's a lot of numbers to like.
Yeah,
even
absolutely.
Even on the Vikings end of things. To do a same game parlay here of some stuff, 36.5. I don't suggest taking any unders in this game.
No.
McCarthy, you want to kind of take him under, but I could see a scenario where both quarterbacks throw for over their numbers today. Jaden Daniels is just 214.5.
And plus money for 2 touchdowns.
Is he worth a 3 touchdown day today, you think?
Man, I was looking at, Steve, I was playing my quarterback passing touchdowns last night. I threw the ticket in. I kept him at 2, but man, yeah, I think you could consider 3.
Him, Darnold, and Baker is not the worst parlay for 3.
Not at all. Yeah, I would definitely consider it. Like I said, I shied away. I got a little shy as I fired that ticket in because the 2 touchdowns was still plus money. But if you really want to, squeeze the juice out of that thing, definitely consider for 3.
I think there's just a lot to like here on both sides of the thing. Dave doesn't have the greatest defense either, so you could see Minnesota actually playing a little bit better maybe than what they've been doing on offense, which has been, I don't know how you play worse, to be honest.
Right.
If you watch the Vikings football for the last month like I have, it is as bad as it gets. Literally. That's why Washington, to me, is a simple play here, at least for the side. You want to make one bet today to win your money back that you need to win back. I think you put it on Washington. And again, there's plenty of 2 touchdown score numbers that are and receiving numbers that are very, very takeable. So pick your poison. I wish I would have gotten over 20.5 Washington points before it moved to 22.5. But I'm just going to take that as a good sign, to be honest.
Right.
All Washington for me today. The other system play, the same record, yet the home team's not the favorite. Colts and Jaguars. The Colts, the road team, are the favorite. I haven't bet the Colts. I'm thinking because there's a system play, I got to. 1.5, 44.5 for them. I'll probably have a little bit more talent than the Jaguars do at the end of the day. The quarterbacks are interesting on both sides. I can't trust either one of them.
No.
But you have Jonathan Taylor on one side, you don't have him on the other side. So I think that's your difference in the game. The Ant-Man's going to take home a big chunk of change if Jonathan Taylor can get 3 touchdowns today. He has it parlayed with Jahmyr Gibbs from Thursday, and he is live for that. I mean, right?
Absolutely.
So Taylor for 2 is at plus 260. Throw him on your ticket somewhere just for 2. For 3, he is at. I mean, it's not going to be any worse than 10-1 or something. 12-1. 12-1 for Jonathan Taylor to get
That's crazy.
3 touchdowns today. So that is in the mix. And I hope the Ant-Man takes it home. I'm gonna get him to pay the water bill. If that's the case. Rain may be an issue here. I don't know if that's enough to stop these teams. I mean, but Taylor's a mutter. He really is. Take his receive yards too. We have him in on that receiver running back ticket. Let's see. He is at 17.5 receive yards. Look for that alternate over. ETN would make sense at over 13.5. He just never does it for me. Brenton Strange is 38.5, 33.5 for downs. Again, it's just going to be a slop fest. 43.5, I think, is too short for Brian Thomas. He's the kind of guy who could break out of nowhere today, to be honest. Try to, let that gazelle in the rain start running down the field. See if you can tackle him. People slipping and sliding everywhere. Pittman Jr., 45.5. Alec Pierce has been fantastic. 51.5. Jacoby Myers, new life. He's been doing well. 51.5 for him. The rushing number for Taylor today is 93.5. On the flip side, Tootin is 25.5. ETN is 53.5. Rewind and take a look at Tyler Algiers' rushing number. I'm not a big rushing prop guy. Maybe we don't do that service here enough. I know we all like our passing props. But Tyler Algier at 22.5 rushing yards sounds like a good play to me for the Atlanta game, to be honest. So let me just do that while I'm thinking about it. Dave, what do you like here?
Oh, man. This is a tricky one for me. I have Jacoby Myers receptions. I just see a scenario where the Colts just let themselves down. I don't know why. I think they're probably better than Jacksonville. But I think you said it last week or the week before, Steve. Here comes the Indianapolis Colts collapse at the end of the season.
I said it right. I said it 2 weeks ago before their first loss.
Yep. And we're kind of starting to see that happen, aren't we?
This is one of the easier games on their schedule.
Right. It should be. But I'm not so sure.
They still get Jacksonville again.
Right.
And they'll get the Texans again.
So I don't know, Steve. This one is a little bit tricky for me. I'm going to go in the way of props here. We'll do something with Tyler Warren. I always do. He's plus 155 anytime. So that's good enough to sign me up. Taylor, you know that is what it is. Always take that in some kind of capacity. Give me Myers again for the Jaguars. If they're going to be scoring some points, I'm thinking he's going to have some kind of say in that. So he'll be busy today with about 5 receptions. Warren's going to get in there. And we'll see, Steve. We'll see.
44.5 now is the total. So this line has dropped. And again, this is a system play. I didn't even realize it at first, but it is. Both these teams have the same record, yet the Colts are the favorites on the road here, where Jacksonville should be the favorite if all things are equal. So something's telling you something's weird there. For that fact, give me the Colts. Give me the Colts and the Commanders in the system play parlay.
Yeah, I would. I'm definitely going to play that.
All right. 2 touchdown madness. We'll go ahead and throw Jonathan Taylor on there as an ode to Antonio. How about that?
All right.
Plus, he's likely to get our ticket live.
Yeah.
Plus 260 pays a lot better when you have it parlayed to a 22 to 1 and a 55 to 1 and stuff like that.
Right.
I'll tell you that right now. So, touchdown madness: Jonathan Taylor, Adonai Mitchell, Tyler Algier, Tez Johnson, Chris Rodriguez Jr., Justin Jefferson. This is a game you can probably play some unders in because of the weather. So, if you think about that, you got to look in terms of the passing game, I think.
Is it sloppy down there in Jacksonville today?
Yeah. Like I would maybe look at Jacoby Myers under 51.5. Let's see. Brenton Strange, 38.5. I know I heard someone who loves him this week. But that could be an under. Something like Josh Downs under 33.5 might be hard to come by. So I might find an under or two from this game to throw into a 5-play under parlay just to in case things go awry on a bunch of deadbeat games, right?
Right.
All right, Pittsburgh and the Ravens. 5.5 for Baltimore, 43.5. Lamar has struggled. He's been the worst quarterback statistically for the last month. For consistent starters, that is. That does not include the Vikings, who can't figure out who their quarterback is. So Ravens at home here, Dave. Pittsburgh's been a mess themselves. We talked about the fire Tomlin stuff already. Jim Harbaugh hears a little bit of that rumblings too in the background about his job. But here we go to arch rivals at what gives today in this game. Any real hard thoughts on this one?
Steve, I was going through Survivor, and this one's going to be interesting because they kind of seem like mirror images of each other, don't they?
Yes, they always have been, but man, do they really seem like it right now?
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't think of it like that, Dave, but you're absolutely correct.
So it's going to be tricky, man. It's I got Mark Andrews anytime, that's for sure. You got to have that at plus 160. Even though it's not been as good for him this year, he's still the target. So what you do is you play Zay Flowers yards or receptions because he's going to get you down there. And then Mark Andrews is going to get the touchdown. There's always Derrick Henry, so I don't feel like I really need to talk about him all that much. But Steve, this one, man, we're I don't know, DeAndre Hopkins maybe. If you want to squeeze the juice.
He's been so quiet.
So quiet.
Bateman's been hurt. I'm reluctant to jump on anything with him.
Right.
I didn't know he was banged up, but I saw it on the ticker the other night about. I'll say this,
and so is Likely though. That's the thing is, who are you going to trust here?
On Thursday, Fridays on the NFL Network, they have the who did not practice on the ticker.
Right.
That's a good thing to watch. That tells you who's kind of banged up.
Yeah,
even
absolutely.
if they're limited in practices, stuff like that. Because if you have a slightly banged up guy, he's got to be this time of the year. You got to be really, really careful. Now everyone's banged up to some extent,
right? I think today's Steve. I have Gainwell on my fantasy. He's been nice. I will say that.
Yeah, Anthony actually played a ticket of all your players on your fantasy.
I saw that.
I'm waiting for Likely to really superly break out. He disappointed me in that Thanksgiving game when he dropped the ball at the goal line, but his receiving props were nice. And he's just at 26.5 today. You got to take that over.
Right.
He always gets his receiving numbers. So Likely over on his yards for me will be added in. A Likely and Treylon Burks combo of just not many yards is going to pay off nicely. Calvin Austin's at 18.5. Where's my man Roman Wilson at? Is he hurt now? I don't even see him listed.
I don't have him listed.
Derrick Henry's at 7.5. He got over his number last time, receiving yards. He got like 24 or 25. Kenneth Gainwell, 18.5.
Oh, there he is.
Jalen Warren is just at 12.5 receive yards today. I know we keep going back to that, Will. But there's some low-hanging numbers to really like in this game. So I'll go for it. I think we can probably get some points in this game, weirdly. Both of these teams are due to have a little bit of an offensive breakout. Why not against each other?
Yeah, I mean, it would be fun.
I mean, Fryer moves at 17.5. DeAndre Hopkins, you mentioned 13.5. Darnell Washington, 23.5. Bateman's just 19.5. Since I dogged him, that's why you got to bet him.
Right.
But Bateman can't get you 40 yards today.
Why don't they use Hopkins more? I just don't understand that.
Maybe I think it's just been.
Is he washed up now? I guess
Lamar just hasn't been getting anyone the ball. Lamar has been getting. He doesn't even get to the Zay Flowers.
Right.
DK Metcalf's just at 46.5 yards today. Man, I want to take a chance on some of these guys because their number's so low. So have some fun with this potentially. This could be a dud, but man, there's enough talent out there in which likely can't get you 50 yards today. I mean, Metcalf can't get you 60 yards today. That's going to pay nice if that happens. So mix some numbers around. Jalen Warren can't get 20 yards receiving today. Is it always Gainwell that gets the yards? So I think there's definitely a lot to like. Passing prop wise, Lamar Jackson's plus 370 for 3. I think that's back on. I think you can put him with Darnold, Mayfield. Let's see, quarterbacks for 3 touchdowns that we mentioned. Let's see, Mayfield, Lamar, maybe Jaden Daniels. Let's see, Darnold. Right, all that makes sense. Was there anyone else on that list? Here, let me back out of the spreads. I just want to make sure I don't miss something on my end. No, I think that's fair. 3 touchdowns for Darnold, 3 for Mayfield, 3 for Daniels, 3 for Lamar Jackson. It can happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's the thing. Ask yourself, can this stuff happen? If the answer is yes, then it can. So some good numbers out there for me. I'll take a chance on some of these low-hanger fruits, as we say. 2 touchdowns today in this game. Let's see if my man Roman Wilson's even on here for 1.
I had him on mine.
10-1 for a touchdown. I'll take him. He's perfect for a one-person round robin. Roman Wilson for a touchdown. Let's see. Thielen is listed for the Steelers today. Calvin Austin III plays good, plus 650. Keaton Mitchell, plus 650 for 1. Jonnu Smith, plus 550. DeAndre Hopkins, plus 550. Bateman's, plus 450. That's actually really good.
There's good touchdown scoring numbers in that.
All right, let's bite the bullet and try to hope for an over game. Maybe we get some kind of old, fun, shoot 'em out, AFC North type of game here. That, this is the kind of game where we're kind of pushing it aside because of the way that these teams are playing. Next thing you know, they score 1 million points. And you're kicking yourself why you didn't get involved.
Yep.
So a chance here today, and no rain. So I think both these cold weather teams can achieve it. What do you like here, Dave? Anything else? I mean,
I just think it's going to be interesting. I'm not so sure. I have the couple props that I have on this game. I think it's a coin flip at this point. So Ravens are pretty heavily favored on the at home. Maybe take the Steelers at plus 220 for the upset.
If you want to take it of upsets, the Steelers are not the worst one to have today on the ticket.
I would consider it.
Who do you want to put in the touchdown madness today?
Oh, man. Let's go with – let me get this list here. You want to do –
if you like Andrews,
Gainwell.
You want to put Gainwell on there at 30-1?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right. He's on there. 30-1, Kenneth Gainwell goes on touchdown madness with Jonathan Taylor, Adonai Mitchell, Tyler Algier, Tez Johnson, Chris Rodriguez Jr., and Justin Jefferson.
What a list that is.
That is a list. 2 more 1 o'clock games. Tennessee and Cleveland, Dave.
Oh, my.
I think this is a full-on pass for me.
Do you have the screen button queued up for that? I think
Yeah.
that would be a great. Yeah, there you go.
Tennessee can win this game. I'll say that. They're going to probably win one game for the rest of the season. Why not against this Cleveland team?
Right.
They're only catching 3.5, which is fishy in the first place. I'll say that. So plus 168 on the money line for the Titans. If you're going to do an upset ticket of teams like the Steelers, I would just say throw the Titans on there if you want to find 4 underdogs. Why not? They can win against Cleveland today. Let me ask you this. Would you use Cleveland as Survivor if it came down to it?
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, I would really hope to not have to do that.
Passing props today. Baseline, Shador Sanders, 161.5. Cam Ward, 168.5. Remember they used to do the videos together on ESPN? Shador Sanders wanted Cam Ward to do a singing video with him. And Cam Ward looked like he was crazy. Shador Sanders plus 880 for 3.
Wow.
Cam Ward plus 1260 for 3 touchdowns today. Parlay of Shador Sanders for 3 and Cam Ward for 3. The 2 music star rappers combos. How do you not put at least like $3 on that or something like that? Just for the fun of it. And the game that has 0 fun written all over it.
No kidding.
With the Titans and the Browns. So why not? Let's just go for the randomness of that something will never happen and parlay together Sanders and Cam Ward, 3 touchdowns passing each. That will never happen. But if you put $5 on it, it's going to pay off about, let's see, $5 wins you like $400, something like that. So maybe not the worst thing in the world.
No, not at all.
I think we got the Ant-Man on the phone. He wants 3 Jonathan Taylor touchdowns like a fat kid wants ice cream on his birthday. Ant-Man, 3 touchdowns for Taylor today.
What was going through my head when I said I'm going to bet Jahmyr Gibbs will score 3, and let's say Jonathan Taylor does it too? Well, it already hit Thursday night. Let's see if JT can bring it home.
Is there $5 in your pocket that you would put on Shador Sanders and Cam Ward for 3 touchdown passes today?
I'll eat every TV if that happens.
All right. For the touchdown madness sake in this game, as we're just breaking down this game, I don't know what there is to break down.
Give it to Fanning.
Well, other than Fanning, Dave, I know you're not going to be rooting for Fanning because I just told Megan to put Fanning in for her tight end.
I thought that you might do that.
Give me the pick on this one, since I'm expecting touchdowns. Let's throw in our man, Jahmyr Dyke, 60-1, 2
right.
touchdowns.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that stat that Jahmyr Dyke has the most all-purpose yards over everyone?
Wow. Yeah,
Really?
that's awesome. 60-1 for him today. Is it the worst parlay in the world to do 100-1 Treylon Burks and 60-1 Jahmyr Dykes for 2 touchdowns? Just for $1?
Yeah, you may have talked me into that.
I mean, Dyke's been the man. I mean, if you want to talk about random guys to get 2 touchdowns, Dyke's the guy.
So a lot of big numbers if you want to get frisky in this game that has weather, but that hasn't stopped Cleveland games from going over the total. Cleveland's been a sneaky over the total team when it comes to these weather games. And let's see if Tennessee has a little bit of spunk for them today. We'll throw Jahmyr Dyke in this 2 touchdown madness ticket. Now the low hanger receivers, we got to have a ton of them, right? Pollard's at 8.5. Judkins is at 6.5. Tajay Spears 16.5. Dyke is at 22.5. So we need to take him over 22.5.
Oh yeah.
I mean him and Likely on their receive yards, and again Burks on his receive yards, Dolich on his receive yards. Those are all good random guys who have very, very low numbers that you can just stretch to 30, 40 yards and get very good payouts today. Shamir Dyke, DK is how you really say it. 22.5. Cedric Tillman, 16.5. Okonkwo, 20.5. Alec A.O. Manners at 26.5. Gunnar Helm, 24.5. Judy's at 31.5. Fannin, 38.5. So, again, a bunch of low hangers. All right, have fun in that one. Now, if they score more points than the Bengals and the Bills, that would truly be shocking. Do we get a full green light in this game with Buffalo? 5.5, 54.5 now the total. This is a snow game. That does not matter to these two teams who are picking up their defenses off the scrap heap. Again, it's when Buffalo has these higher scoring games at home, everyone's getting involved. It's Ty Johnson, it's Shavers, it's this guy, it's that guy. We'll have to get a Kincaid update. We are after 11 o'clock. We can get some actives, inactives here from Anthony when he gets his take here in a second. But the Bills and the Bengals, I'm going to be watching this from the New England perspective of I just want Cincinnati to win, to demoralize Buffalo a little bit more before this all-important 250-1 ticket I have on New England to win their division, or to go undefeated in their division, is at stake next week when they host Buffalo, as the Patriots are a 1.5 early point line favorite in that game. Now, if the Bengals win, that line's going to move, in which I kind of wanted to do in case I decide to do some monetary hedging. But I expect a big day. Burrow looked like the part coming back. He's ready to the ball, and it's Josh Allen. So 2 ballers going at it in the snow, having fun. It's a full green light to me, Anthony. What do you like?
What I'm reading right now is that Kincaid is on the field. He's warming up with Josh right now. So he hasn't been rolled out. He also hasn't been rolled in. But let's say he's going to play today.
Is this a full green light game to you?
Oh, 100%. I mean, look, as crazy as this sounds, Cincinnati still has a chance to win the division.
Yeah, they're only 2 games behind.
That is not crazy at all. Yep.
And this sounds insane. Of course, they won't get a wild card. But look, with how Baltimore and Pittsburgh's playing right now, who knows what's going to happen? Watch them tie today. Who knows? I don't know. But if Cincinnati runs the table, they are dangerous. Frankly, if they make it to the playoffs, they could be in the Super Bowl test for all I can think of. I'm still reeling from my Jamar Chase bet last week. You bet your ass I will be putting Chase to get 100 in a score today. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to be pairing him with.
There are a lot of
I think they're getting T. Higgins back as well. Oh, and by the way, Steve, do not bet Jermaine Burton today because he just got suspended. I'm still trying to figure out why. So don't pick him.
Off the board from what I see.
Good.
How about these low-hanging numbers today? P. Ryan, 4.5 receive yards. Over to me. He gets 3 or 4 targets. Isis, 14.5 receive yards today. 14.5. Gesicki's at 20.5. Gabe Davis, 21.5. Keon Coleman, 20.5. Kincaid's at 34.5. Chase Brown is just at 18.5. James Cook is just at 12.5. Man, there are some low numbers on these receiving props again in this game. T. Higgins, 54.5. Jamar Chase, 83.5. Rushing prop wise, a big dose of James Cook needs 99.5 yards to get over. I'll pass on that. Josh Allen's 31.5 for him. Samar J.P. Ryan, 30.5. Chase Brown, 50.5. Chase Brown has been going over his running receiving prop combination, I think, the last 7 weeks, I heard. If you take his rush plus receive yards combined, which at that today is at 73.5 for Chase Brown. Touchdown scorers today, there's any number of them with good odds. That's the thing. We're getting just some beautiful numbers on some of these games today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like even better than usual. Shaver.
Last,
go ahead.
well, last week was the Josh Allen show. That's why James Cook for 2 is my favorite play today. Of course, Jamar Chase for a touchdown in 100 yards. We get that, but James Cook for 2. I think this could be his game.
Let's see. Touchdown scoring props. For 1, I'll get to the 2s in a second. Just some good numbers here. Again, Shavers plus 850. Tanner Hudson plus 850. Ray Davis 7-1. Ty Johnson plus 550 for him. Isis plus 450. Gesicki plus 450. Isis is a good one. An Isis, Ty Johnson, and a 2-player same game round robin is a nice place to start, I think, as far as obscure players go. You know, with your Jameer Dykes of the world and players like that, Treylon Burks of the world, your Dulwiches of the world. Keon Coleman plus 370. Man, I just feel like he's going to get back involved. I really do. Gabe Davis plus 340. P. Ryan plus 330. I'd rather just take the P. Ryan over 4.5 receive yards. I mean, that is minuscule. Kincaid plus 240. The Bengals terrible against tight ends. Shakir plus 250. Higgins plus 160. Jamar Chase minus 135. To the 2 touchdowns. Cook plus 280. Allen plus 360. Jamar plus 490. Chase Brown 8-1. T. Higgins 15-1. Dalton Kincaid 22-1. Shakir 22-1. Dawson Knox 33-1. Gabe Davis 35-1. P. Ryan 35-1. Coleman 45-1. Gesicki 55-1. Isis 55-1. On our touchdown madness ticket, I think 15-1 is a great price for T. Higgins for 2 touchdowns today. How about that?
Yep.
What do you like, Dave?
I think you got everything you want there. I like the T. Higgins number. I know it's going to be the chase game, but if we're gonna have a lot of points, I think T. Higgins gets 1 as well, plus 165. Throw that into your anytime touchdown parlay. Other than that, it's all right there in front of you guys. It's everything you want. I could see you can make a case probably for all these guys to somehow get involved, whether it be a touchdown or their yards. So when I saw this number of 54.5, I was thinking that was quite a lot of points in this game. And then I looked at the cast of characters and what we have to choose from. And, now I think that might be too light. I think this could be the highest scoring game of the day in my mind. So, again, everything is right there in front of you. Do as you please.
Full green light. All right. 2 touchdown madness for 1 o'clock. The following players. These are all long shots and semi-long shots and a ringer or 2. Tez Johnson, 55-1. Tyler Algier, 22-1. Adonai Mitchell, 25-1. Justin Jefferson, 12-1. Chris Rodriguez Jr., 14-1. Anoda Anthony, Jonathan Taylor, plus 260 for 2. Kenneth Gainwell, 27-1 for 2. Jameer Dyke, 60-1 for 2 touchdowns. And T. Higgins, 15-1 for 2. We're going to have to dumb down these numbers a little bit. But 25 cents on the 2-game parlays. And we'll average out, about $150. Nothing super for the 2-game parlay. But if we get 3 of these 4, now we're looking at an average of about $2,200 on a 3-game parlay at 15 cents a leg. There's 77 different 3-game parlays in this combination. So 15 cents each is a little over $2,000. So we'll hope for the best. All right, guys, that's the whole 1 o'clock slate. let's see. We're at 11:25. Go ahead and power through here.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Next game on the list, Denver and the Raiders, minus 8.5, 40.5. If you want to take some unders on an under ticket, let's start here. I'm going to probably take Geno Smith again under. He's at 207.5. The Broncos have a good defense, 229.5. This is the kind of game where the Broncos offense could actually wake up and score some points. So if you look at their perspective of numbers, 40.5 for Troy Franklin receiving. Evan Ingram's at 30.5. RJ Harvey should be an auto play at 13.5. Tyler Lockett is at 22.5 for the Raiders. I think Genty is a good play, receive yards over 23.5 for him. So I would look there. Brock Bowers is always a play for Anthony. He cashed him last week, 59.5 for him. Again, it is a tough Bronco defense, but maybe the Raiders play it interesting here. Let's see. The total is such where I kind of want to go under, but it's indoors. Maybe the Raiders make the Broncos even play better than what they would. Maybe Bowers does get a couple of touchdowns. So maybe we do climb over. Is this a sneaky over day? Could it really, really be? Because I can make a case for, I mean, some of these games are going to be 3-3, but here I am talking about Shedeur Sanders and Cam Worth throwing for 3 touchdowns each. It's like, what you people out there like, what are we listening to this guy? Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward. I'm just saying if you have $5 in your pocket, it pays out pretty good. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know, guys. Give me Denver team points at least. Let's see what they are. The Denver total points today is at 24.5. I could see that over. They got over that at the Commanders. They can do that against the Raiders.
Yep.
That's the way I see that. So give me Bronco total points over, and they'll probably beat the Raiders, but maybe the Raiders even score a little bit just because, maybe they just won't go out like a bitch, as they kids say. All right, any hope here for Vegas? Any angles? What do you got, Dave?
Probably not much hope for them, but I do like the angle. And we saw Denver put up 28 against the Commanders, and what's a defense that played much better in that game. So I think they could do that very same thing against the Raiders, and I like the Raiders to at least come up with a couple points. And I think this game maybe finds its way just over 40.5 with Denver getting theirs. And maybe the Raiders just barely helping out. But if it's something like we saw with Denver last week, then I think we could get over 40.5 at minus 105 here. Steve, you talked about the cast of characters, and I think there's just enough here, just enough firepower to get to that 40.5.
All right, Antonio, does this game excite you at all?
I'm just waiting for them to bench Geno Smith again.
Yeah, that's kind of the angle on the under on that again. Yeah, we're just going to go for it in that regard.
Well, it blew up in my face last week, but also I didn't expect Brock Bowers to end up getting touchdowns in garbage time. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another score again. I think Harvey scored twice last week as well. Look, I'm just going to stick with Harvey. He's the guy until, what's his name? J.K. Dobbins comes back, if he even comes back.
RJ Harvey for 2 touchdowns, plus 550. I love his received number, 16.5. Let's see, passing touchdowns today for Bo Nix.
By the way, plus 370 for 30 receiving yards.
Yeah, there you go. I love it. Bo Nix for 3 touchdown passes, plus 320. I think that's live against the porous Raiders secondary. So if
we're going to throw a haymaker with 3 guys or 4 guys to throw 3 touchdown passes, Bo Nix to get 3 of them. I'll start that one.
The working list I have on that, I got Mayfield, Darnold. I'm sorry. Mayfield, Darnold, Jaden Daniels. I think Lamar Jackson is sneaky, and he's paying really good actually for 3. So Lamar Jackson, and then Bo Nix would be a 5th. You could always go with Stafford and get rid of someone like Lamar Jackson here in the next game. But I think Lamar is sneaky in that pit. Anthony, there are a lot of low numbers. I don't know if you even looked at it hard in that Steeler-Ravens game. Well, what's your take on – you're a Pittsburgh guy. So just rewinding back to that real quick, as I think we all just are generally fine with taking Denver and some Denver props and Harvey props on this Denver game. But can we get the Steeler and Ravens game to can we shake off the rust on these two teams that are stumbling to make this a higher scoring game?
With everything that's going on with this whole Tomlin crap, especially this game being in Baltimore, regardless of what happened last week, Pittsburgh always plays Baltimore close. It's probably going to be a field goal game. It's just a matter of who's going to be kicking it, with 2 minutes to go. What's the over-under in this game? 43?
Yeah.
Steelers. Here's this is what makes me think Pittsburgh's going to pull this off. When I see a spread that's 5.5.
Right.
That's a trap. That's a trap and a half.
It's always the 5.5 never covers. Trust me, I know.
If it was 4.5, I would say no. Baltimore's going to win. But for some reason, that 5.5 just scares me.
5.5. The other one that never covers is 12.5.
Yeah. Yep. We play. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it does if you all line it because it's not the original line.
Yeah, that's when you do it. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, in my one fantasy league, Lamar Jackson broke my heart, and I also kind of hate the Ravens anyway. So I will be rooting for Pittsburgh today. But as far as an over, I can't. I'm not. It's just gonna. I just feel like this is just going to be an ugly game.
Look at the receiver numbers and just how low they are. It suggests it will be an ugly game. But, man, there's some nice paying out numbers on these alt lines. Anthony, I think you were there when I said this last night. We were both kind of semi-hammered maybe. So you might not might not remember. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say we were destroyed last night.
The next head coach for the Steelers, to me, is Marcus Freeman.
Notre Dame, huh?
Because Marcus Freeman, you look at him, you're like, you know what? That guy's going to coach forever. So where's his next stop? His next stop is somewhere where he could literally coach forever.
Well,
and he fits the mold.
Well, they're not going to fire Tomlin this year. I mean, like they're not going to fire him during the season. That'll be
I'm not even saying that's this season. This could be in 2 or 3 years, to be honest.
I think there's been so much social media buzz with Tomlin. You'll see a thing that says mutually part ways, something like that. But I'll tell you this right now. I do know how that locker room goes just by reading everything that I have been reading and listening to everything that I've been listening to. Pittsburgh's going to win this game, and I might even make a correct score, 20-17.
All right. That sounds like a Pittsburgh Ravens score. Do you think that Marcus Freeman is almost a perfect fit for that team?
I can get behind it. I know my brother's listening to it right now. And either he's going to text me saying that's a dumb idea, or he's going to text me saying that's a great idea.
Well, he loves the running backs. He's about defense. He just fits the character to me. And the Steeler fans won't give him a hard time. Because I like Marcus Freeman. I think he's a very likable guy to me.
Watch them get Freeman and then draft Jeremiah in the first round. How about that?
I'm just saying that they've had 3 coaches since 1969. 3 coaches since 1969. The next coach isn't going to be some Joe Schmo off the street who's going to last 2 years. It's going to be a guy that they want to have settled in there, who can sit there for the long haul, and who better than the guy who coached Notre Dame and who's young and can sit there for 20 years. That's just all I'm saying. That makes more sense than the Urban Meyer or Saban or something stupid like that. Anyway, all right.
Well, The only bet I really have in this one is that part of the James Cook 2 touchdowns, along with Jonathan Taylor for 2 touchdowns. I'm going to add Derrick Henry in that mix as well.
We didn't talk about Henry. He's always a candidate for 2 touchdowns. Yes. And Henry went over his receiving yards last week as well. Just side note of that. All right, next game on the board. Anthony's Packers and the Bears, maybe one of the better games of the day. 43.5. Sounds like a number that's achievable over, considering both these teams know how to basically play in the cold. And plenty of weapons on both sides of the football here. Now, Green Bay has this dominant defense. So how will Caleb and company play at their rivals today at Lambeau Field for this late, chilly, cold kickoff? I expect this to be a fun game. I like the Packers when they spread around the ball more like they did in Detroit. And the Chicago secondary should be vulnerable enough to do so. Now, every time we crap on the Chicago defense, they play better. Every time we crap on their running game, they run better, and they are probably one of the better 1-2 punches to me with Swift and Monangai right now, which I think those 2 guys keep them alive in this game, to be honest. I think we can get points here. I'm not saying we're going to super slaughter this over, but something like 27-23 wouldn't shock me at the end of the day if that's the final score. So I think Green Bay wins. I don't know if I'd lay the points here, but I expect this to be a decent game overall. And I'll go again, and I'll shoot for over the total. Like another game where it's kind of sneaky. You would think it would be lower scoring because of the cold weather. Man, but I love it. I love it when Jordan Love throws the ball around to different receivers. The passing props today, Love 3 touchdowns plus 280. Caleb Williams for 3 is at plus 750. But it's always about Swift and Monangai, who had 1 million yards last week. And if we look at them today, how about this? Swift is 47.5. Monangai is 45.5. Interesting. Where I don't like betting rushing numbers, maybe this offensive line can get a little bit of push on Green Bay. And then those running numbers actually become very, very live, I think, for Chicago. Monangai's, I don't think we give him enough credit, to be honest.
No, we don't.
Receiving numbers today. Watson, 53.5. Del Grande loves it over. Romeo Dobbs, 34.5. DJ Moore, 39.5. Luther Burden, 39.5. Colston Loveland, 34.5. I'm assuming we have no Roma Dunze today, it looks like. Jaden Reed is back, 22.5. Wicks, you got to take Wicks over. Dontavian Wicks is at 22.5 for his receive yards. He slaughtered that last week. Josh Jacobs is 15.5. Zacchaeus is 20.5. He could benefit from that today. And DeAndre Swift is killing his receiver numbers. He's just at 12.5 today. So Swift and Wicks on a parlay to themselves for their receive number to get to like 40 yards is going to be a great, fun little payout. I need to stop loading up this 2 touchdown score. We'll do 2 touchdown madness after we do the Chiefs game. We'll just throw it all together at the end. But for example, because I like to give examples, I think it's better if we build actual tickets for you guys. 40 yards for Wicks is at 250. And Swift for 40 yards is at plus 750. So, $10 wins you $215. I'll just Wicks and Swift to get to 40 yards receiving. So interesting little angles like that. As far as touchdowns go. And again, we'll do the 2 touchdown madness at the very end so I can build some things with you. Watson plus 185 for 1 is good. Swift is plus 155. Monangai for plus 220 for 1. Love it, to be honest. DJ Moore plus 250 for 1. Jaden Reed, we got to feel him out, I think, plus 280. Wicks is playable at plus 310. Loveland's probably playable at plus 330. A little bit too much offense for me for Green Bay. So, Anthony, this is your team and a good game for you. So what angles are you going to attack?
I think Green Bay is going to smack them today. They're going to win by 10. My favorite bet in this game is that Caleb is going to be running for his life. So what is his alternate rushing yards? Plus 920. Plus 920 for 50. I know that sounds a little crazy, but like I said, he's gonna be sprinting for his life because Mike is gonna be chasing him. Green Bay is gonna prove that Chicago is not the number 1 seed, and that Green Bay is the best team in the NFC today at home.
Love it. I like the angle. The all line on Green Bay today. Let's take a look at their team points as well. The all line. Let's say the Packers win this game. We'll use that old 12.5 we just talked about. Plus 190 if you want to go that route. Actually, that's the Bears line. Let's see. Minus 12.5 for Green Bay. Is that right? Oh, no, never mind. They have this mixed up. Let's see. Plus 190 for Green Bay. The Bears minus 12.5. 14-1. Wow. Packer total points today. And the only thing about Green Bay is that they have a good lead. They'll pull the plug on it a little bit. So that scares you in that regard. They don't like to run the score up on you. But their baseline is at 26.5. I think they get to 27. So that's your baseline. If you want to get to use the old 33.5, they're at plus 330 today. I think the Packers are almost a sneaky survivor pick too, in the same regard that we talked about the Chiefs being a sneaky one. No one's going to have Green Bay, so there's a chance you could actually win survivor if you had Green Bay. What do you like in this game, Dave?
I would expect this to be a close one. Chicago is playing really well. So
yeah, you've been a little Bears backer. I have too, but you've even when I've jumped off, you said that. No, don't jump off, Steve. The Vikings suck. The Bears are better, and sure enough, they beat them that week.
Yeah, so they're playing really well. They're going to have a tough task now coming into Green Bay here in the afternoon window. So are they going to win? I don't know, but I think this will be close. Maybe they do cover that 6.5. Maybe it's something like, a field goal game, kind of like with the Ravens and the Steelers here. Same kind of rivalry here, so that's why I think it stays close. I love big helmet Dobbs today, plus 185 anytime. Monangai plus 220 for me. That's good enough even probably for a same game. So I'm going to focus on those two guys. Then you have Swift at plus 190. I mean, there's some really, really good touchdown numbers here. So there's a couple guys that I'm going to look at, but overall, I think this is going to be a close and fun game there at 425.
2 touchdowns for Monangai and 2 touchdowns for Dontavian Wicks, who got it last week on my Thanksgiving winner. If we run that back, he's at 30-1. Monangai's at 19-1. $5 would you $1,650. That's not the worst thing in the world if you want to have a little fun in the afternoon. The good thing about Wicks is he's just the third or fourth option to cover if you're the defense. That's just what makes him so attractive, because he's as small as he is. He kind of is like a little scatty and kind of get away from you for one, and then 2, he's just a good receiver. Dontavian Wicks is an above average number 3 receiver or number 4 receiver. He's like an A+ number 4 receiver. All right, I like the Packers and some points in that game as well. Rams and Cardinals. Now, is this going to be a bloodbath for the books if Denver, Green Bay, and the Rams all kill their opponents here? The Cardinals are right for the picking for the Rams to come in and take all their anger out after losing to Carolina last week. 48.5. The Rams usually just kill Arizona in Arizona. That has been tradition. Why would that change right now? Passing prop wise today for Jacoby Brissett, your starter is 253.5. I'll play that under. Brissett touchdowns, 3 for him is at plus 410. Matthew Stafford, 3 touchdowns, plus 112. Devontae Adams scores every game. So if you have 5 players to get 1 touchdown ticket, how do you not put Devontae Adams on there somewhere with like an Achane or Jonathan Taylor or whatever the case may be? Minus 180 for Devontae, Puka minus 110, Kyron minus 110, Trey McBride plus 120, Michael Wilson plus 180. Bam Knight always scores 2-1. I like Blake Corum for a touchdown, 2-1, or plus 270. Plus Kyron might be a little dinged up. If this is a game which the Rams were running away with things, then Blake Corum for 2 becomes a very live bet in the second half for him to get most of the attention to get Kyron out of there. So Blake Corum is nice payout today for 2 touchdowns, which is at 22-1. It was at 27-1 earlier in the week. So I already played it, already got the best number on that. Other 2 touchdown guys, Devontae plus 320, Kyron Williams 6-1, Puka 6-1, Colby Parkinson 6-1, Michael Wilson 14-1, Trey McBride plus 850, Bam Knight 17-1. The Rams total points. So they're the kind of team that can get up on you and then kind of call off the dogs a little bit as well. But something like 35-10 sounds appropriate to me. 38-10. If that's the case, they got 35 against the Jaguars in London. So you think that they'll get 35 against Arizona. Worst case they do is they get 27, I think. But Arizona won't score that themselves. 29.5 is their over-under. So you're not getting a super nice price on the Rams alternate total. They're just better plays on the board, I think, like Washington and stuff like that. So let's stray away from the Rams points. But we'll take them in some sort of a capacity with their props. I like Devontae Adams probably for 2, and I'll go ahead and give me Blake Corum for 2. I guess if I laid the spread, I would rather do that than the team points. Yeah, I think I would. Rams minus 16.5 or something weird like that. Minus 19.5. Why not? They can kill Arizona. What do you got, Anthony?
Well, it's interesting because let's just assume that the Rams just beat the living hell out of them, right? But sometimes Arizona might come. What if they come back garbage time and all that crap?
Sure. Yeah.
What if the Rams just beat the shit out of them in the first half? So look at the first half.
Yes, I do like that. Good call, Anthony. We've been looking for a good first half line, right? Because Tampa Bay fits the mold for a first half line. Tampa and the Rams would be your first half bet today.
There you go.
It really, really would be. Tampa Bay and the Rams on your alternate first half bet. Or even with their alternate total points. So good call, Antonio. Is it everything else Rams with you, Anthony? I think we lost him. Dave, what do you like?
You didn't. No, you did. My son just seems stupid. No, of course, you always have to pay Adams. I mean, look, you want to throw Kyron, Devontae, I don't know, throw Puka in there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add Matt Stafford to my guys that's going to throw 3 touchdowns, even though it's going to be paired with Bo Nix. But I'll feel good about it. If Bo Nix can deliver at the 4 o'clock window, I feel pretty good that Stafford's going to do it. And he honestly might do it in the first quarter.
Well, he's lying like it, plus 112. I'll tell you that. So I think you're right. I think you can dump Lamar and put Stafford in here with like Nix, Darnold, Mayfield, Jaden Daniels. Nephew Dave, what do you like in this game?
Yeah, I mean, Steve, you said it. It's an angry Rams team. Bad spot here for the Cardinals. It might be a long day for them. Anything you want to do with the Rams is fine by me. The Rams probably win by 17 or more.
All right, the Chiefs and the Texans tonight. Bad spot for the Texans for me. I like Houston to be a feisty team down the stretch. This is just a bad spot for them. They'll have better days. Kansas City at some point of their lives will get a little bit right. And it might as well be against a banged-up offensive line. Give me Worthy to finally get a touchdown at 3-1 odds. Give me the Chiefs to win this game by 10 points or more. And it'll be a disgusting Sunday night for America. Hopefully, I'll be passed out and I'll wake up to money in my account with the Chiefs victorious. And I'll guarantee you this: if they don't cover, I'm not going to want to see the game. I'll be sick to my stomach anyway. So I'll bet everything I have on the Chiefs. I'll go to bed and wake up and hope for the best. That's basically the summary for me. If there's any other low-hanger numbers, we'll take. Let's see. Pacheco's been getting over his receiving number. He's just a 6.5. Juju's at 7.5. Woody Marks, how healthy is he? 9.5. Noah Gray's 9.5. I'll tell you what, Nick Chubb for a touchdown is paying pretty good today. Marquise Brown receive yards, 15.5. Touchdown props. Chubb for a touchdown is at plus 450. I'm telling you, Woody Marks is a little banged up. I think it's Chubb by the goal line. So he's not the worst player for the Texans, especially if we get an interference in the end zone or something like that. Jaden Higgins is plus 380. Worthy plus 310. Dalton Schultz 3-1. Kelsey's 2-1. Good number on Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
Marks plus 170. Nico plus 165. Kareem Hunt, not a bad number, plus 130. Rashee Rice plus 115. As far as the rushing goes, go ahead, Anthony.
No, so after watching Houston just destroy Buffalo, not last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago. Well, of course, this is a playoff game for both teams. Houston's defense reminds me of the Giants when they made their Super Bowl run.
They're a little dinged up. That's the thing. They got a little bit banged up.
They are, but if they can find holes in the Chiefs' offense, or at least their offensive line, they will be rushing, which means Mahomes is going to be getting that ball out as fast as humanly possible. And what better guy to throw to than Rashee Rice? So what's his alternate receptions?
Let's see. Rashee Rice for his receptions. And his baseline receiving number is 69.5. But Rashee Rice is plus 112 for over 6.5 catches.
Interesting.
They very overused Rashee Rice, as Dave Delgrandy says. Maybe they'd be better if they spread it around more.
Right.
He's their best weapon. I mean, 10 catches plus 580. I'm in.
I thought Worthy was good. Dave, what do you like here?
All right, so I'm going to be the one that goes against the grain. I know Houston is a little banged up right now, but I like the way they've kind of recovered and have been rolling along. So injuries for Houston, little concerning, but you know what? I'm going to back them. Give me Houston's on the upset money line plus 164.
I love it. I can get on board with Christian Kirk over 2.5 catches at plus 165. How about that?
Yep.
He's not going to get 3 catches at a plus number. In fact, if he gets, let's just say 5, that would be a good payout. Plus 880 for Christian Kirk to get 5 catches, Anthony. That's the reason why we do this show. As for
3
stats
catches,
like that. 5 catches is plus 880. 4 catches plus 390. 3 catches plus 162.
5 catches, huh? Okay.
Especially if the Chiefs do go up and Houston needs to play passing game comeback a little bit with a banged up running game. They don't have a running game maybe today, to be honest. How about Chubb at a plus 450 for a touchdown? Can either of you guys buy that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he scored against the Bills.
Yep.
Why can't he score against the Chiefs on prime time?
All right. So Chubb for a touchdown.
He's still their starting running back.
Chubb for a touchdown. And let's see here. This one. So if you have a profit boost for this game individually, which you probably do, receiving, let's take Kirk for 5 receptions. How many receptions do you want for Rashee Rice, Anthony?
Well, I mean, if you don't like my 10 numbers, then I mean, if you want to dumb it down to 9 or 8, I'm not going to argue it.
Let's do plus 580 for 10. We'll do 5 for Kirk, and we'll do a Nick Chubb touchdown and a Kareem Hunt touchdown. How about that? Because he'll score 2. So Hunt for a touchdown and Chubb for a touchdown. $10 wins you 4,947.
Can't argue with that, right?
How about that for a little profit boost token for tonight?
It'd be fun.
All right,
Fire
let me take a picture of this. Okay, and we got the night game with Philadelphia and the Eagles. Last game for tomorrow night. Just on a hunch, guys. On a pure hunch. No reason that this should happen. But give me the Eagles to win by 10 points. What do you got, Dave?
You know what, Steve? I'm going to go against the grain again on you. Give me the Chargers on the upset.
All right, Anthony.
I'm going to go with Steve on this one. Philly got embarrassed on Black Friday, and I'm guessing Herbert's going to play with because he just had wrist surgery, something like that.
Yep.
So I think Philly comes in there and just says, "Goodbye. We're the best. We're still the best team." I'm going with a Saquon Barkley comeback game.
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't think the Chargers are that good. I also don't think the Eagles are that good either, but I think they're much better than the Chargers.
And they'll have a good amount of fans in that stadium as well. So it'll almost be like an Eagles home game in a way.
A little bit. So yeah. So when I do my Packers minus 9.5 today, I'm gonna add the Eagles minus 9.5 too.
Queuing up the best 2 touchdown sounder in all of sports.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a Rick Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, 2 touchdowns today for you, David. Who do you have?
All right, we're going to go with the primary ticket of Jackson Smith for the Seahawks. Jonathan Taylor for 2 today. Quinshon Judkins for 2. And then we're going to round it off with Josh Allen for 2.
Anthony?
Funny you bring up the Bills. I'm going to wrap around that with James Cook, Derrick Henry. We didn't talk about him. If Green Bay is going to win this game, it's going to be because of Josh Jacobs. And I'm also going to throw Jonathan Taylor in there as well.
I have 1 main ticket. I'm going to parlay Jefferson and Jamar Chase together for 2 by themselves. I'm also going to put them in a round robin with Bucky Irving, Devon Achane, and Josh Allen. I'm going to take the long shot of Burks for the Commanders and Dyke for the Titans, and an extremely huge payout. Let's see what that is real quick, because we talked about it, and I didn't go over it because of our Touchdown Madness ticket that was on the screen. But if you want to get 2 touchdowns today, which I'm going to take Burks straight up at 100-1 by himself, just on a guess that Daniels is going to have a big day, and maybe Burks is just the uncovered, unsung hero in some sort of a way, you know? Again, DK, Dyke, because he's the all-purpose champion of the universe, yards-wise, and he's 60-1. But $5 wins you $30,000 on that bet for 2 touchdowns for Treylon Burks and Shamir Dyke. $5 wins you $30,000. How about that? $1 wins you $6,100. And if you don't put 25 cents on it to win $1,500, I don't want to hear any complaints from anybody at the end of the day when this hits. Treylon Burks and Shamir Dyke for 2. Other possible candidates for me, if you want to sprinkle in some guys like I did, semi-long shot on Shaheed. Interesting play against a team he knows well, the Falcons. How about someone like a Tez Johnson again, like we have in our Touchdown Madness ticket against the Saints, the lowly old Saints, right? How about
well, Steve, how about I interrupt you for 1 minute?
Go ahead.
More of a question.
Yeah.
How are you going to be celebrating your National New England Patriots Day off day?
That's a good question.
How are you going to be celebrating it? And I'm going to tell you. And I'm going to tell you exactly how you're going to be celebrating.
All right.
By answering a nice little trivia question.
Okay.
How many receiving catches and touchdowns did Mike Vrabel have?
8.
Sure about 8?
Right? Isn't 8 the right answer?
Dave, what's your guess?
I could not tell you, my friend.
Mike Vrabel, 10 catches.
I was going to say 11, maybe.
10 touchdowns.
10 catches.
10 catches.
Yeah.
All from Tom Brady. But here's the other trick. Then he caught 2 more touchdowns. Want to know what the team is?
The Steelers.
Funny enough, no. But that is the team that drafted him. It was Kansas City.
Oh, he did play for him. Yeah, he did play for him. Interesting.
10 regular season touchdowns, all from Tom Brady, then 2 from the Chiefs. Both of them in the postseason against the Eagles and the Panthers.
I don't want to think of him as a Chief.
Well, Pittsburgh, then the Tom Brady's, then the Chiefs. Before Andy Reid, of course.
Our 2 touchdown madness ticket for the early slate. Tez Johnson, Tyler Algier, Adonai Mitchell, Justin Jefferson, Chris Rodriguez, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Gainwell, Shamir Dyke, and our man T. Higgins. Now, we didn't do a late window one, so we'll fire it off real fast here. And I'll play a game show leader. We'll pick one from each team. So Dave, give me a Bronco.
All right, let me get these touchdowns.
Anthony, you start thinking about a Raider.
All right, you want a Bronco. Let's go down the list here. I'm getting right to it.
I'm going back to Trey Tucker.
Yeah, I like the call with Trey Tucker. All right, so he's on there.
All right, so we got a Bronco. Give me Troy Franklin.
All right. Those 2 alone pay $414 to 1. $10 wins you $4,000. A little over $4,000 for those 2. All right, next game is Bears and the Packers. I'll throw on my man. Anthony's the Packer guy. We got to let him pick the Packer. He knows who I want, though. I'll take Monum for the Bears.
I was going to say, I know you want Wicks.
I'll take Monum guy. What do you want?
I don't know how much Jaden Reed's going to be used. Honestly, give me big head Dobbs.
Yeah, there you go, man.
Dobbs and Monum guy. All right, next game on the board, Rams and the Cardinals. Dave, go ahead and give me the Rams.
All right, I'll give you how about Jordan Whittington?
Ooh, on a long shot.
You want a long shot or you want a shorter one?
I want someone who's going to score.
All right.
Just say Adams and get it over with, Dave.
All right, Adams then.
All right. Anthony.
For a Cardinal?
Yeah.
Well, no more Greg Dortch, no Marvin Harrison. That offense goes for McBride and Wilson.
How about Bam Knight?
Let's just do Bam Knight. He always scores.
15-1. Yep. All right. Go ahead and give me a Dave, you like the Texans. Give me a Texan.
All right. How about, well, just give it to Nick Chubb. If you got him for 1, take him for 2.
All right, there you go. 50-1 for 2 touchdowns for Nick Chubb today. How about that? Anthony, give me a Chief.
Rashee Rice is the easy answer. Travis Kelce's the best answer.
17-1 for Kelsey. Kelsey and Chubb by themselves is going to pay a lot. That's an interesting combo for tonight. Okay, and then should be, is that everything? We got the Bears, we got the Rams, we got the Broncos, we got the Chiefs. Yes. 8 players and a round robin that gives us 32 3-game parlays. And if we put 25 cents a leg on them, we get about 1,000 a hit on the average. We can bet the 4s on this one, 25 cents a leg, and we can come out with a nice, $13,000, $14,000 winner, plus some 3s if we do it if we have 4 of these. Well, basically one guy from each game scores on the average. So good payout overall. Let's see, that's a total of a $12 bet to win $237,000. We add on the 2s. Let's see, 25 cents a leg. We're not quite getting back $100. We'll get about $75 if we get any 2. All right, I think that's worth a shot here. Let me take a picture. I like it. Dave, your best bets.
All right, best bets. We'll go with this one, Steve. We were talking about the first half team total points. So we got a little ticket of Buccaneers over 13.5 in the first half. These are all first half. Seahawks over 13.5. The Bengals over 11.5. The Colts over 10.5. Washington over 10.5. And Dolphins over 10.5.
First half points?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Anthony, best bets for you.
Well, I was
Besides your
talking
2s.
about it.
Yep. Yeah.
Other than
one touchdown in the 100 yards. Who are your guys?
JSN, Chase, and I'm actually looking at it right now. Who's going to be the third guy that's going to get 100 receiving yards and a score? And I'm not doing Justin Jefferson because, let's put it this way. He's in my bets, but I still don't trust that Vikings team. And I really think Washington's going to smack them.
What about Scary Terry? He played a great game last week.
Yes, he did. Hell with it. Let's go with Terry.
I was going to say, how about
Terry,
Rashee Rice?
JSN, or we can do 4. Rashee Rice for 100 in a score. JSN, Jamar Chase, Scary Terry.
I mean, that's all the powerhouses right there. So you know what? I might hop on that with you, Ant.
I'm gonna do that right now. Let's see what this thing pays.
I would bet the 3-day ones and then add Rice on another bet for the 4th. That way you don't have to sit around. You can celebrate your winner and then have a free roll on Rice. So split up your investment and at least put half of it on just the first 3 without Rice.
Or I can just do it twice.
And then if you need to recalibrate at 4 o'clock, you can with like Devontae and Rice,
Right.
Okay. What I'm excited for is Adam Thielen makes his Pittsburgh Steelers debut.
We talked about that.
Yeah. We went from Heinz Field to Asker Stadium to Life Alert Stadium. Can't wait.
Are you putting a payout amount, Anthony, or did we stall on that? Just wondering.
No, I'm still working on it.
Okay. My best bets, you can tell us after we're done. Let's see. Best bets for me. Take a look at Dolch over 11.5. And look, all these are alternate numbers. Isaiah Likely over his receive yards. Cousins under his passing yards. Treylon Burks over his receive yards. Wicks over his receive yards. Jalen Warren over his receive yards. P. Ryan over his receive yards. Kristen Kirk receptions. Bateman, we'll just take a shot with him over his receive yards because I was kind of talking trash. All these quarterbacks for 3 touchdowns. Mayfield, I'll keep Lamar. Jaden Daniels, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix.
10 Dave, 10 pace, 3,800.
All right.
Love it.
For all 4 of those guys.
All right. Henry receive yards. I'm sorry. RJ Harvey receive yards. Genty receive yards. Blake Corum is a sneaky candidate again for a touchdown today. Worthy a sneaky candidate for a touchdown. Ty Johnson and Shavers had nice long shots for a touchdown. I think we have a shot with a lot of the overs today. I would go team points over for Seattle, Tampa Bay, Washington, and we'll throw the Rams on there as well. And then game overs. I think we just get there with probably the same cast of characters. This Dolphins-Jets game went over on that Monday night. I'm going to expect an over here. Have some fun with that. Both the running backs get involved. Achane and Breece Hall somehow.
Real quick, the bet without Rashee Rice, only worth $800.
Okay. Go with a point spread. I like Dave's halftime theory and what Anthony said. So something like Tampa Bay, Rams, and Commanders at halftime, first half. And then I'm going to take all minus 12.5. I'll take Denver, Tampa Bay, and Washington and what will be a nice $25 parlay to pay out $1,100. If you want some upsets, I agree with Anthony. Throw the Steelers on a ticket. Throw the Titans on a ticket. It's a full green light in Buffalo today. It's a full green light for the Commanders. It is full green light for anything Tampa. Take some Rashid Shaheed stuff. All right, guys, have some fun. Let's get on out of here. It's 12:15. We got work to do. 45 minutes until kickoff. We had a lot of viewers and listeners all morning, so we appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Good luck. And we'll have 4 weeks left. And next week, I'll be freaking out more than you ever know with a Bills-Patriots game on deck, 1 p.m. next Sunday, unless they move it to 4 o'clock, which I don't think they will. Anthony, good luck.
You guys ready for some chicken parm today?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nephew Dave, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
And good luck to everyone out there. This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. A wrap on NFL Week 14.